that's more dignified. Honorable Minister, Minister responsible for Education, Innovation, Youth, Sports, Arts and Culture, as represented by the Honorable Deputy Minister, Mr. Balotti, the NTA Board Chairperson, Mr. Jerome Mutumba, as represented by Mr. Cliff Olivier, the NTA CEO, Mr. Eric Fundula Nehwanya, the Chief Operations Officer of the NTA, Mr. Epaphras Penda Shilongo, all board members present. I recognize the presence of Mr. Ngiwewelekwa and Mr. Kafita and our own doctor present here. Please welcome. And all other dignitaries present. I would like to now invite the Chief Executive Officer to officially welcome us to this proceeding. CEO, sir.
Nambala, the Director of Ceremonies this morning, Honorable Deputy Minister, Comrade Dino Balotti, board members of Namibia Training Authority, Mr. Orifield, Mr. Kafita, Mr. Ngiwewelekwa, Dr. Elizabeth Kantwedu, Dr. Lisho Mundia, the DED of the Ministry of Education, and many other business. Delegates, I have learned we are joined by our colleagues from Zimbabwe and South Africa. I don't know whether they have arrived here. Mr. Jerry Biekas, our very good friend, a friend of TVET, a former CEO, a man who always want and willing to support. As Senior Executive of Namibia Training Authority, I recognize my Chief Financial Officer, Madam Kareta Gamses, Comrade Penda Shilongo, and the many other here present. I also want to recognize members of the law enforcement community. I also want to appreciate our colleagues from the medias, training providers. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this conference. It is with great pleasure and a deep sense of responsibility that I welcome you all to the 4th National Competition and TVET Conference here in SWAKOPMUND. This year's gathering is uniquely framed by the theme, alleviating the quality and the impact of Namibia TVET Delivery model. Over the next 3 days, we embark on purposeful journey of reflection and the peer-to-peer learning, a space dedicated to identifying practical innovative solutions that will shape the future of TVET in our country. Youth development and empowerment remain at the core of our mandate. It is therefore essential that we deliberate, focus on creating meaningful opportunities through skills development to address the persistent unemployment gap in our country. During this 3 days conference, we must explore how emerging industry such as oil and gas and the green hydrogen present unique possibility for growth, innovation, and job creation for Namibian young people. This conference provides a timely platform to deliberate on strategy that will ensure our youth are equipped with the relevant competencies to meet this sectoral demand. The season ahead will revolve around strengthening the quality and the impact of training, implementation, expanding the use of technology, entrepreneurship in TVET, and the building pedagogical leadership and the trainer capacity in our TVET transformation agenda. By centering the voice of TVET practitioner, industry experts, and the learning from the frontline experience of training providers, we aim to forge a collective vision of TVET that is higher performing, inclusive, and future fit. The vision includes embracing technology as a vital enabler, promoting entrepreneurship as a core skills, and fostering capacity building that empowers our educators to lead with excellence. Namibia is a child of international solidarity. I must emphasize that featuring presenters from SADC countries in this conference is important because it provides a regional platform for TVET practitioners, scholars, and policymakers to deliberate, network, and share best practice. It is foster cooperation among SADC member states to address critical themes such as TVET policy and governance, skills development aligned to labor market needs, inclusiveness, entrepreneurship, lifelong learning, and the green TVET for sustainable development. The participation of SADC countries such as South Africa, Zimbabwe, Angola allows for the exchange of knowledge, alignment of TVET system to regional social economic priorities, supporting workforce competence and the industrialization in the region. Similarly, in alignment with the central goal of NDP 6, this conference will aspire to position TVET as a critical driver of economic diversification, innovation, and sustainable development. As we engage in dialogue, I wish to encourage all participants to think strategically about how our discussion and the resolution can contribute to meaningfully toward this national objective. Together, we will ensure that the TVET claim its rightful place at the forefront of Namibia economical transformation and social progress. I look forward to your active participation, thoughtful insight, and collaborative energy over these next 3 days. Let us collectively elevate the quality and the impact of TVET, empower youth, and contribute decisively to sustainable development of our beloved country. Welcome once again. Welcome to Namibia. Welcome to SWAKOPMUND and to this important national platform. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nehwanya, CEO, sir, for those warm, welcome remarks full of highest level of inspiration, clarity, and wisdom. I think he deserves another round of applause. Thank you very much. Now, moving forward, I just realized that we are past tea time already. Yeah. Moving forward, I would like to invite Mr. Olivier to deliver his remarks.
Good morning, TVET people. If one looks back at all the documents starting from Vision 2030, TVET has always been seen as the engine to drive industrialization in this country. That has now moved from only important to important and urgent. If one listens to government rhetoric, it has moved to urgent. So let us put our heads together in this conference and see how we can make this work. It is my singular honor to introduce the keynote speaker, Deputy Minister, Honorable Dino Ballotti.
And here I was waiting for my whole life story. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. I'm informed that we've passed tea, so I'll keep it brief. But I wish to quickly acknowledge a few. I am a politician, so please permit me. But there is a message that I wish to share. And let me start by acknowledging and recognizing our Director of Proceedings, Mr. Nambala. Also our board members present, as well as Mr. Olivier with his great introduction. Colleagues of the NTA, you are all acknowledged, and thank you so much for bringing this together. And then our esteemed presenters, as well as our facilitators. I don't think we have the 144 experts in the room. I think they're downstairs working with the 177 participants or competitors. But they're also acknowledged, as in, of course, our members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, fellow Namibians, good morning. Good. So one day when I'm big, I also wish to acknowledge with the ease that our CEO has done. But in as much as he acknowledged everyone, and you did a great job, Comrade CEO, you did forget to mention one honorable. And I therefore wish to special mention Her Worship the Mayor of Okahau, Honorable Cornelia Iyambula. You are acknowledged. So I beat you there, CEO. But I also want to special mention just two, if you permit me. And the first is the captain of the ship. And that captain of the ship is our CEO, of the Namibia Training Authority, Mr. Eric Fundula, I don't want to mispronounce, Nengwanya, did I say it correctly? That G, it's a funny G. Us English guys will start mispronouncing the G. Really, he's a great man that I've come to know, but also he's been at the very forefront of the skills competition. We appreciate your leadership, and I would say that you can count on the full support of our ministry. Secondly, I also want to acknowledge, we can give him a round of applause. I also want to acknowledge my colleague, Dr. Lishu Mundia, our Deputy Executive Director, with also a long title of Higher Education, Training, Research and Innovation, of Education, Innovation, Youth, Sport, Arts, Culture. We can give you a long one, my brother. You need 3 business cards to have your title. But really, he's been very hands-on specifically for this conference, and I also wanted to acknowledge you. Now, let's give him a round of applause. So I think the salutations are done, so now I can start telling you the story. My minister, Honorable Sanet Steenkamp, she really would have loved to have been here. She arrived on Sunday. We went through yesterday. It was really a beautiful day, but she had to depart early this morning. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, at 5 a.m. she was already in the car, and she's attending cabinet as we speak. So she wishes everyone a successful event, conference, and she sends her warm greetings. Now, as I mentioned, yesterday was a beautiful day where we were able to walk through all of the stands. And there are 16 sectors, if I'm saying that correctly. And I wish to name each and every sector because I think it's equally important. And many of us here might have an interest in a specific sector, but at the same time, all of them are equally important. And so the first one is one that my father, that was his business. He's now retired with no money. I don't know how that one works, but it's air conditioning and refrigeration. Secondly, and in no particular order, is the automobile technology. You'll see a bunch of Japan Golfs, I think they're Golfs, in the dome. So that's that sector. We have bricklaying. We also have cooking. And I'll tell you a quick funny story. So we were introduced to the colleagues of Zambezi VTC. I think we say ZVTC. I'm not sure what's the... Are we clapping? There we go. But we shouldn't clap. Wait. Don't clap. I was very disappointed. So I slept in ZVTC on Friday. No, I lie. Eleni, was it Friday or Saturday? Friday. These days are a blur. So we slept in Katima on Friday at ZVTC. But they did not have Zambezi Bream available on Friday. And I was very disappointed. But we still went for Zambezi Bream by Passionate. And so yesterday when I saw the colleagues with the branding of ZVTC, I said, if you brought Zambezi Bream, you guys will win this competition. So we also have electrical installations. We have fashion technology. And I was trying to get her name and her surname. I believe her name is Maria. And she's a learner in grade 11 from Onawa Secondary School in the mighty Omusati region. And for any of you, I've also come to learn of many things since I've joined the ministry. So Onawa, I'm going to give them their flowers. Since inception, I believe in 2012, have placed in the top 5 each and every year since the school has been incepted. And I think that deserves a round of applause. So I'm mentioning Maria because she's one of the fashion designers, and we commissioned a suit. Well, Eleni will complain and say, Coach, you can't wear both the trouser and the top. It's what's the Oshiwambo pattern? Ondelela? Yeah, yes. So I wanted a matching one, and my colleague Eleni said, no, Coach, you'll become a meme. I said, no, I still insist. So we commissioned yesterday a suit or let's say a garment, and I was hopeful that it would have been completed this morning, but I didn't want to put her under pressure. So I think when I come and do closing on Saturday, I look very much forward to wearing my garment made by a grade 11 learner from Onawa that's competing in the skills competition. There's still a few to go. I think we're only at number 6. 6 was fashion or fashion technology. We then also have hairdressing. And again, I was not happy yesterday. And you'll keep hearing me refer to Eleni. I think this will be the last time. Eleni, let's show everyone where you are. Just wave if the crowd can see you there. So Eleni is my colleague. So she gets all the tough time from me. But yesterday I was not happy because I wanted to cut my hair by the participants. And she said, Coach, you can't cut your hair here. So I'll go back and I'll cut my hair. We then have joinery, we have mechanical engineering, we have mechatronics. I had to quickly Google that one, not mega, but mecha with a CH. We have plumbing and heating, we have restaurant services, wall and floor tiling, web technology, welding, and water technology. Those are the 16 sectors that will be competing and showcasing. And I think now we can give them all a round of applause. So inasmuch as we have fellow countrymen and countrywomen competing for the prize of sector champion, we must also be reminded that these are the Namibians that keep everything ticking. These are the blue-collar Namibians that ensure that our homes, our offices, our communities are built, are kept, and are working. If those of you that were in attendance last night when the Honorable Governor was giving a speech on behalf of Her Excellency, the lights went off. I don't know if it was a power failure. And she said, now where's the TVETs? So I think we appreciate that things do not function without technical and vocational training. As I stand here this morning in solidarity with our artisans, I'm also proud to wear this overall. And I wish to repeat what my minister said last night. She said, and I quote, TVET is not an option, but a choice. And so this morning, I promise you, and if you don't have to believe me, we were sitting upstairs in the holding room, and I was on social media, and there was a comment. I think I had posted a picture of the dome yesterday, and someone commented, and they said, and I actually wrote it down here, they said, and I quote, putting on suits in a developing country is a taboo. He also went on to say that we should bring overalls back, and he said, but in a smart way. I'm not sure how we're going to get that one right, but I respond by saying, I'm here and I'm wearing an overall before I read your comment. Okay. So the theme of this conference is elevating the quality and impact of Namibia's TVET delivery model. And this theme compels us to reflect on how our TVET system can respond to not only the needs of our country with all the rapid technological advancements and AI, but also the aspirations of our young people. So, conference participants, Namibia's commitment to skills development is firmly anchored in our 6th National Development Plan, which highlights and focuses on human capital development, innovation, and youth empowerment. These are all drivers of our economic transformation agenda. So I say that skills are not peripheral, they are central to building a knowledge-based economy, creating employment, and unlocking opportunities in the many 16 sectors and more of our Namibia. As I conclude, it's not a long speech, right? Let this conference be the platform, and I want you to listen now if you're messaging or on social media. Let this conference be the platform where we listen to steal with our eyes and with our ears. So today my message is I want all of you to steal with your ears and with your eyes. So rest his soul, our former president, Dr. Hage Geingob, there was a youth engagement some many years ago, and it resonates, and every time I mention his name, I get a bit emotional. So we, oh, okay, I think there's someone's cutting onions here, Eleni. And so he said, oh, sorry, there was someone in the auditorium. We were in the, sorry. So we were in one of the auditoriums, and someone said, President, you told us to steal. And then there was that dramatic pause. I said, but you told us to steal with your eyes. And I think it's so befitting when we hear engaging collectively. Our number one priority is Namibia, all of us as we sit here this morning. So really the message is, let us steal with our eyes and our ears, and let us go back to wherever we've come from, even from Okahau, and let's implement what we've learned at the Skills Conference. So, on behalf of our ministry, I wish all fruitful deliberations, and I wish you all a most inspiring competition. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause, please, for the Honorable DM. Honorable DM, you set the tone for this conversation that we'll be having over the next 3 days. The message was very clear, very, very powerful, and you have never missed a point. Thank you to that. Now, to express our gratitude as the NTA, I would like to invite Mr. Penda Shilongo, our Chief Operations Officer, to please come and deliver his vote of thanks. CEO.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. The Honorable Deputy Minister of Education, Innovation, Youth, Sports, Arts and Culture, Honorable Dino Balotti. Actually, the Honorable Deputy Minister didn't plug me today. He walked up to me, then he said, "Where's your overall?" Then I said, "You did not plug me." I could have worn the same. The chairperson of the NTA Board of Directors in absentia, Mr. Jerome Mutumba, represented here by Mr. Oliver. Esteemed conference presenters and facilitators, conference attendees, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the organizing committee and stakeholders of the National Skills Conference, SWAKOPMUND 2025, and also on behalf of the Namibia TVET fraternity as a whole, I have been tasked to register our heartfelt gratitude to all the stakeholders who have contributed to the staging of this conference platform. We say thank you to the following. First and foremost, a special word of appreciation to our keynote speaker, Honorable Deputy Minister Dino Balotti, for continuing to drive our country's technical and vocational education and training sector to the shores of excellence through your practical leadership. I can see you are walking the talk. You wanted to cut your hair yesterday, which we appreciate. We are expecting that you will be wearing your suit on Saturday during the closing ceremony. My new suit. Your new suit? Yes? My custom-made one. Your custom-made one. So that is practical leadership, and we appreciate that. Our sincere gratitude goes to WorldSkill International, represented at this event last night at our opening ceremony by its president and board chairperson, Mr. Chris Humphreys, for the meaningful support and backing. It goes without saying that without your contribution, this endeavor would not have come to realization. Allow me to also extend my appreciation to our esteemed panel of local and international presenters and guest speakers who are joining us in this conversation. Thank you for your support. We look forward to you sharing your expertise and wealth of experience with us. To all our sponsors, we could not be here without your monetary contribution and all contributions in kind. We appreciate your support. Let me also recognize with gratitude the invaluable contributions by electronic and print media. We look forward to your coverage as you continue to inform the nation about this event at large, as well as interesting discussions we plan to have in concert with our training and development partners in uplifting our country's TVET sector.
Allow me to also specifically recognize the effort of all those project team members, the NTA team. You have worked tirelessly. We appreciate you. Director of Ceremonies, esteemed guests, I do not want the vote of thanks to be the longer one in a very short program, but I would like to say meaningful deliberations over the next 3 days at this conference are of utmost importance. We need to foster cooperation. We need to grow partnerships. Allow me, therefore, to encourage you to not only actively participate in discussions that lie ahead, but to also come up with key, practical, the key word, practical recommendations on how we can reinvent and transform our TVET systems towards enhanced sustainability and through Namibian ownership. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shilongo. See, Mr. Shilongo is not only the COO of the NTA, he is also the chairperson of the National Skills Competition 2025 Steering Committee. So he chairs that. Now, because of his very heartfelt vote of thanks and stern leadership towards this event and making sure that it happens, please, let's give a man another round of applause. As we conclude this opening session, I would like to invite all of us to rise again for the singing of the African Union and the Namibia National Anthem. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable DM, this is, we are moving closer to the end of the official opening of the conference. And for that, I would like to thank you all very, very much. We are going to to take a break, and we will then start with the conference as per the program. The program should have started initially from at that other time on the program, and by the look of things, we are almost exactly on that other time on the programs, and that time is 9:50. So we will just take a break, and then we'll reconvene in the next 10 minutes so we can catch up on the time lost. I thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody. A very good morning to you all again. Good morning, National Skills Competition 2025 SWAKOPMUND Conference team. Good morning, Namibia. Good morning to you all. We are ready to start with the conference proceeding. We are ready to start with the conference proceedings, and I would like to kindly request all of us to return back to our seats, please. If you see that your neighbor is not there, please tell your neighbor to tell the neighbor, and tell a friend to tell a friend to come back to the seats. We were doing very well with catching up on the time. I would like us to continue doing exactly that, so that we don't end up finishing today's proceedings at 2100. In TVET, we believe in ensuring that we finish what we have started, irrespective of the time that we finish, meaning that we will not retire before we conclude the proceedings of today. Please, colleagues, let's start with the conference proceedings. Very, very important. We are ready to start with the conference proceedings, and we can do this with you. Without you, there is no conference. With you, we have a conference. With you seated, we can start. Anyone that is standing, please take a seat. We have a lot of seats available. We will have the tea break at 11:40. So the 10 minutes was just really to stretch, leg stretch. All right. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your kind consideration and your indulgence and your cooperation. You are very wonderful team members. You are wonderful team players. The time now is 10:36, and we should be, if it was in line with the time, moving on towards the third presentation. Since we are live on national television, I would like to at least be seen as someone that is smiling nicely despite the circumstances. Okay. All right. In line with our program, we have a very packed program, I should say. We've got 8 presentations, discussions, and conversations. And each speaker is given in excess of 40 to an hour. So with my mathematics, if you have an hour times 8, that gives you 8 hours. That means that we will really need to catch up on time. But I will hand over to the facilitator for the day. But my task this very morning, once again, is really to come in and introduce the facilitator for the day. So we will be graced by, with the privilege of having Mr. TVET Delivery, who will be the facilitator for the day. Mr. Delivery is the Managing Director for Green Enterprise Solutions, Pty Limited. Mr. Delivery is running an organization that is proudly Namibian and that has been at the forefront of the country's digital transformation journey. So under his leadership, Green has grown from a small startup into a technology powerhouse. Today, the company is not only reshaping Namibia's ICT landscape, but it is also making significant inroads into Southern Africa and beyond. In addition to his role as the Managing Director of Green Enterprise Solutions, Mr. Delivery serves as the chairperson of the Industry Skills Committee under the umbrella of the NTA. The Industry Skills Committee is a board subcommittee of the NTA, and that committee is responsible for post, media, and ICT Industry Skills Committee. So post, media, and ICT technology. So this one of the most critical ICSs or ISCs that is given its focus on the internet side of things, artificial intelligence, the fourth industrial revolution, and emerging digital trends that is shaping the industry of the future. ICT, technology, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence is what is shaping the world today. And as the TVET sector, we embrace ICT. We embrace technologically advanced TVET interventions, and therefore we are proud to have Mr. Keynote as the chairperson of the ISC responsible for that. So, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me then to welcome Mr. Keynote. Mr. Sneville.
So before I start, I really want to take a moment and just recognize the established protocol earlier. And thank you, Ms. Nambala. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor for me to be here today to facilitate today's session. I guess it will also be the only session where you can actually use your devices. Tomorrow and the next day, it's not IT related. So it's only today we can use them gracefully. My name is Keyat Snyderville, and I really want to make sure that we get through the day. There's some key milestones other than what we're going to be discussing here today. That's tea break. That's at 11:40. There's lunch. That's at 1:20. And then we need to recap at 4 o'clock today. So that will pretty much be my guide to ensure that we get through all the 8 sessions today and make sure that the presenters today who really prepared well and to give us some insights as to what the TVET delivery is all about in terms of bridging the digital divide in TVET delivery. They've prepared well. So I want to make sure that we listen, ask questions and interact. Because of time, I also want to ask that because we're here at the Dome in SWAKOPMUND, when you respond, let's not take the scenic route all the way to Walfish Bay and back with our responses. Let's keep it brief, straight to the point, and if need be, and with all respect, I will obviously make sure that we stay on track, and I'll also intervene if we just need to be conscious of time. Also, the presenters, in terms of the way of working, we know that you already gave your presentations through to the team. Please come up. In terms of timekeeping, I'll just make sure that as I walk to the stage, after 10 minutes, so we'll give you 10 to 15 minutes to give your presentation, and then I'll walk to the stage and it pretty much signals a 2-3 minute recap so we can obviously get through the day. Before tea time, we need to touch on 3 presentations, and at this juncture, please allow me also to make you aware of, at the end of, we all have a program, there's a QR code, and that QR code is to ensure that we give feedback to the event organizers. As you know, feedback is really important, and that's to ensure that we can only improve. We can only improve on things we know of. So at the end of the day, please scan the QR code and give the event organizers some feedback. They would really appreciate that. Without further ado, the first topic that we'll be covering is aligning TVET to technological advancements. And this is the South African approach. And our first speaker is no other than Mr. Mzolisi Mafakela, who is an experienced research and strategic planning specialist with over 12 years experience in skills development, policy research, and innovation. He is currently the senior manager at the wholesale and retail sector in South Africa, who's leading initiatives that drive sector transformation, digital disruption, and workforce development. He holds an MPA, meaning a Master's in Public Administration, from MINISA and is a PhD candidate. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to welcome Mr. Mafakela.
Okay. I'm told I should enjoy, so I'll make the most. And thank you very much for the opportunity. And I stand on the protocol already observed. And thank you very much for the invitation and continuous collaboration. As I was already been introduced, my name is Mkolisi Mapagela from an organization called Wholesale and Retail SETA, which is one of the 21 SETAs in South Africa, focusing on the trade sector in terms of skills development and training. So I serve as a senior manager responsible for research and innovation. This guy is not moving. Okay, I think the technical guys, if they can kindly sort it out. So I serve as a senior manager responsible for research innovation within the SETA, and we've been working with the NTA for a number of years now. So my presentation will cover programs, initiatives, and case studies related to our collaboration with TVET sector and also employers within the SETA in terms of the trade sector. So, but I want to just cover 4 key points. I think the minister last night just highlighted on some of those pointers. And in my presentation, I will ensure that I at least cover those areas. I think the first point is around TVET colleges, making TVET colleges a choice for contribution towards economic growth and response to labor market demand. So in my presentation, I will cover how, as the SETA, we are achieving that. Also at number 2, it's around impactful contribution in terms of how we collaborate as different entities, but we all have a common goal, which is skills development, which is training within TVET. At number 3, it's fit-for-purpose programs to support economic growth and entrepreneurship. Very important as we deal with matters pertaining to skills development. It is important that we focus on both employability and also entrepreneurship. Okay, I think colleagues will control for me. So also it's around exploring opportunities to achieve inclusivity and innovation within TVET. And I think the other speakers before me also mentioned the significance and importance innovation and ICT skills play in ensuring that we better position TVET colleges as institutions of choice. I'll try again. Okay. So what you see on the slide now, it's the strategic importance, the legislative framework, but I'll not want to bore you with that. Key is to note that some of the challenges that TVET sector can address are around structural unemployment, skills mismatch that has already been mentioned, equity and inclusion. Then if you move to the next slide, it's around context in terms of the WNR SETA, when we started and where we are now. In the early 2000s, the focus was on emphasis around foundational learnerships, compliance with workplace training, obligations and access. That's in the early 2000s. Where we are now in terms of how we have evolved as the SETA, it's around shift towards higher competencies in terms of new and emerging skills, and also increased emphasis on SME support, college partnerships, and significant investment in terms of research capacity. So that's where we are now as the SETA. And the next slide focuses on some of the interventions in terms of how we were able to build and continuously strengthen our capacity to respond. WNRCTA intervention to build fourth IR and digital capacity across TVET and across the PSET system. One, it's e-learning and blended learning platforms, and I think COVID was also a driver for change in us moving in a fast pace to adopt some of the platforms. Digital and short course streams in terms of the e-commerce, logistics, and data as the new money in terms of data as the new money in terms of the significance in terms of how and if we use data correctly. Industry college partnerships and simulation labs. I think we're one of the few CETAs that started in the early 2000s around the simulation centers within the TVET. International exposure and exchange program, very important, especially for TVET graduates and those that want to pursue entrepreneurship. Also to reflect on the next slide is around PSET enrollment. I thought it's important to just provide a breakdown in terms of how enrollment looks like back in SA in terms of the PSET sector. You have universities at just over 62, and then you have TVET at 32, and then you have CETs. Importantly to note is that we have just over 50 public TVET colleges. Key also, colleagues, is that we have 260 campuses, which really confirms that there are really opportunities to scale up in terms of access to PSET opportunities, access to employability and entrepreneurship. In terms of access, also, these campuses cover rural, urban, and peri-urban areas, focusing on occupational qualifications, artisan-related programs. So, which really, hence in our delivery model, we make sure that we prioritize and position TVET colleges as institutions of choice. In my opening, I made reference to the fact that we'll try to share case studies in terms of how we have responded to the 4 points I've mentioned and tried to link to the comments by the minister just last night. So this is one of the flagship program or project we implemented in collaboration with the China Cultural Institute, where we've taken 86 TVET graduates across the 11 TVET colleges in South Africa, where they were exposed to cross-border e-commerce and entrepreneurship, and this was budgeted at 22 million. Some of the lessons from this in terms of scaling, because it's important that such programs reach a wider audience. You have international placements, a high impact but costly. How then do we make sure that in terms of our reach, we reach a number of graduates and TVET colleges? Simulation labs and employer-hosted micro internship can be replicated. Exposure in terms of locally, it's also then in terms of the travel constraint, building lecture capacity, which is at the center if we really want to position TVET as institutions of choice. Because we talk more of supply and demand in terms of skills at the learner and then at the lecturer. Lecturers should be at the forefront as they are the ones transferring knowledge to the graduates. Continuing in terms of bridging the digital divide in TVET delivery, some of the WNRCTA investment priorities are as follows in terms of the skills development centers that we have invested in, which are accessible to TVET colleges within those areas. Just the recent one notable project, it's the Ingwe TVET College, where the Skills Development Center will focus on agriculture as an agriculture hub, integrating training in retail and also fostering sustainable development. And Alwal North is one of the previous TVET college that we've invested around a skills development center in terms of the comprehensive ecosystem. And what these skills development centers do, they also cover industries within the value chain that are also within the wholesale and retail. Colleagues are not moving, and okay. I'm on slide number 10, if you can kindly move. So what is projected here is when we were just this month, when we were launching in terms of commencing in terms of construction at Ingwe TVET College, and what this Skills Development Center will also have an ICT laboratory for learners within the Ingwe TVET College in terms of the skilling and also practical learning and also entrepreneurship support within the agricultural hub and also ICT skills in terms of positioning this TVET college in terms of responding to skills of the future. So part of enhancing excellence, if we can move to the next slide, number 12, enhancing excellence and sustainability. Part of the programs that WNR-CETA is actively implementing are around the plumbing entrepreneurship. If we can move to number 12, plumbing apprenticeship in collaboration with Fortrek Institute of Technology. We also have made mention of the skills development centers, and colleagues within NTA had an opportunity while in South Africa to visit our first skills development center, which is in Sekhukhune, Limpopo, which really integrate apprenticeship training, various trades, and also industry collaboration within that particular community. We're back. Thank you very much. So in the earlier slide, I made mention around the importance of research and innovation. So this slide outlines some of the universities that we've partnered with in terms of accelerating or enhancing excellence and sustainability. And then we have established what we call research chairs. So in simple terms, research chairs are an extension of the CETA in terms of conducting research, master's, PhD, student exchange program, and industry engagement. So our first research leadership chair was at Cape Peninsula University of Technology, and what we've done previously was each research leadership chair must partner with a TVET college, so to drive innovation research within the TVET space. So this institution will then be compelled to have an MOU with these TVET colleges. But with that, there were still limitations, and we did not succeed in terms of evidence-based planning, high labor market intelligence, innovation, and sustainable institutional capacity. TVET colleges that were partners to some of these chairs were still lacking in terms of some of research and innovation and capacity development overall. We then reviewed our strategy, and this is an example of the expression of interest that we published through our new model for research leadership chairs to say TVET or CET colleges must not only be partners, but equal implementers, meaning when a budget is put together for research leadership chairs, they also must sit at the table. Because I think each one of us can talk about our priorities better than the seconded individual. So what this new model focuses on is the research agenda within the TVET. What are the research needs? How then do we track TVET graduates as they articulate within employment and also entrepreneurship? The lecturers, are they exposed to industry innovation and technology? So that's the focus now, and that's where we are as part of ensuring that we drive innovation, research, across TVET and in collaboration with industry. So as I move towards the end, and I see my colleague is moving, the other key focus, colleagues, is around upskilling. And upskilling, we can also achieve it around e-commerce like programs in terms of the cross-border training and collaboration, also focusing and prioritizing SADC countries, continuous development and professional workshops, digital learning platforms for TVET students. And what we've launched as the CETA recently is what is called Careers Toolkit. So Careers Toolkit offers TVET university learners that wants to study within the PSET system or TVET colleges an opportunity to choose their career. So there are quiz, there's subject chooser, there's APS calculator to better position learners to the right careers, whether within TVET and university. And this, it's just an extract when we had launched this program, and we are continuously engaging with partners like to adopt the Careers Toolkit as an online electronic way of ensuring that those that choose careers within TVET make so in a really guided and supported way. So this just outline also in terms of the other focus areas in terms of youth focus and bridging the TVET programs to support young people, and also priority around the artisan development. So all this can be achieved, colleagues, if there is that collaboration in terms of industry, academia, and also TVET, as the common goal is really skills development. And this is just one of the extract in terms of one of our biggest employer who has invested around retail apprenticeship programs that are delivered within the TVET space. Thank you very much.
So I just want to check if there's anyone for questions. Going once, twice. Sold. Oh, we have. Oh, my apologies.
I was about to celebrate.
TVET providers, but then they are not quality assured. Can you just share with us in terms of your experiences? Sure. Maybe the second question is, you have talked about research. I'm asking myself, to what extent have you done research in the area of the use of occupational qualifications? Whether the whole idea of introducing the TVET NQF levels, has it worked? Is it practical? What can you share in terms of your experiences? Because we found out that in our country here, for more than 17 years that NTA is in existence, you don't see TVET specific levels being promoted. and we start asking ourselves, are we really serious in terms of improving quality within the country? Can you share with us in terms of your experiences? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that insightful presentation. Much appreciated that we are learning from our neighbor, and we always look upon you as the leader. But we are not also followers. We are learning, just learning, and do our own things, our own way, Namibian way. And welcome to Namibia. Have anyone ever welcomed you, besides the mayor who welcomed you to SWAKOPMUND? My question is a follow-up on the last speaker, the issue of research. What are the areas of priorities? As you know, we have so many traits that you guys focused on. And at one point, you also mentioned that your partnership with universities faces some limitations. If you can maybe hint on some, if not all, what was the limitations? The last one is your evolution process, where you were and where we are now. What were the building blocks reaching where we are now, or where you are? That's all? I think it's mouthful.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
I think that was quite two jam-packed questions. Can we leave the questions there and allow him to respond? Obviously, we take note that there's more questions, but obviously after the session, you're more than welcome to engage with him further.
Thank you for the really great questions. I think it confirms that you were following the presentation, and thank you for that. So in terms of the first question around SETAs playing a critical role and the quality councils, and so as the SETA, we account to the Department of Higher Education and Training, and within higher education and training, there are quality councils. We have QCTO, you have SAQA, you have CHE, which play the role of quality councils within how skills development activities are implemented. So that role, that part is being taken care of with Quality Council for Trades and Occupation, South African Council for Qualifications, CHE in terms of the higher education part, in terms of Quality Council. And then in terms of use of research for occupational qualifications, so how we do it within the SETA, we have what we call a research agenda. So maybe a research agenda, it's sort of a register of priority themes in terms of when we conduct research, we need to prioritize. So, and everyone within the sector does make input, and through our annual performance plan, we then prioritize based on budget and priority on what we should focus on. And in the last year, I'll be honest, we've not conducted any research on occupational qualification and introduction of NQF level within the country. And I think it's a discussion that with my counterpart in Dongo, we can have in terms of how then within the two countries we can then be able to benchmark there. Improving the quality of program, yes, I think where we started and now there has been that improvement in terms of the quality of programs that are being offered. I was just telling a colleague that I'm seated next to that as the SETA sector and entities within skills development, we need to make deliberate decisions to say, are we funding the same qualifications, the same programs as we did 20 years ago? Sectors across the different labor market and economy have evolved. So we need to then, how then do we become more responsive? And also research is industry led in terms of collaboration. So we make sure that our research is industry-led so that industry can use the research and find value. Some of the limitations in terms of the collaboration with universities then was that an MOU will be signed, but if you follow the money, there's no money that is allocated to the MOU. Then the MOU just become a compliance tick box. So if there is money, budgetary allocation to an MOU, the chances are it will definitely be implemented. So thank you. And yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mafikelo. And yes, a round welcome and of applause, rather. Wow. So we need to ask ourselves the question, are we funding the same sectors as 20 years ago? And have we evolved? I think that really stood out for me. It's only the first session, and it seems to me that we are drinking water from a fire hydrant. That's the amount of information that's coming through, and there's still 7 more sessions to go. So take in as much as you can and make sure that you obviously use that and apply it accordingly in your own life and obviously in the business area and the sector that you're representing. And yes, as I would be introducing the second speaker, Mr. Richard Powers, who will be covering designing inclusive TVET lessons with Moodle, practical strategies for diverse learners. Mr. Powers is a professor and instructional designer and faculty trainer at the University of Stuttgart in Germany, where he teaches pre-service teachers focusing on universal design for learning, student engagement, and accessible course content. Mr. Powers, the floor is yours. In terms of the presentation, we would like to give you 10 to 15 minutes, and after that, there'll be a Q&A session. Thank you very much.
That's wonderful. Thank you very much for that introduction. I'm very happy to be here this morning. Let me get my slides up for you to see. My talk this morning is about designing inclusive TVET lessons with Moodle and practical strategies for diverse learners, especially using Moodle. You can see the 2 focuses will be on UDL and then using Moodle and the exciting start that is happening now as we move to Moodle. My collaboration with Namibia is wonderful. It started about a year ago, August 24. I was the guest here at NUST and also with NTA, and we had a wonderful time. We began talking about digital strategies, what was working in Europe, what was working in America, what might work in Africa, especially for TVET. Why the times are so important, especially for something like UDL. So I want to leave with some impulse thoughts today. When we talk about inclusion and equity in education,
This is part of the session. You don't have to worry. Can you just give us a few minutes just to sort out our technical challenge that we're experiencing?
So we have some technological issues, going on here. Let's see if I can move quickly through these slides before we get thrown about. Where we're just talking about was the situation where we have learner variability. This is mainly relating to learners of different ways they learn. Some are visual, some are oral, some are verbal, some like to learn in groups, some are solitary. Also cultural variability. Learners have different backgrounds and communication competences. They could be talking trans languages in different languages. And we have neurodiversity, where learners' brains vary across the entire range of humanity. We're also concerned today about learners' mental health. Learners self-regulate differently based on what's going on in their lives. There's also an importance of the sense of belonging and inclusion. Learners have different senses of fitting in, imposter syndrome, and feeling welcome. So the learner ability typical barriers, these are often ignored in traditional classrooms and trainings that usually involve an instructor and then a test. So the abilities to construct meaning from language, text, audio visuals, images, and symbols are missing. Often the background knowledge and the experience is not taken into consideration. The abilities to recognize features and patterns are ignored. Approaches to process and integrate new knowledge and the abilities to transfer and generate knowledge without scaffolding are there. Where universal design for learning comes in, it gets its concept from universal design for architecture. So you can see the picture on the left. Stairs were here first. And then people realized there were a lot of people who couldn't use stairs. Then a ramp was built. This is what's known as accommodation. It's not universal design because all the barriers weren't considered first for all the different types of people who would have to move up and needed access. Over here, here's a good example of universal design. Everybody, bikes, walkers, strollers, everyone, joggers could go up this way. So when universal design for learning takes its concepts from architecture and then thinks about design of all the different learners that could possibly use a particular platform or a lesson. And they use a one approach from the beginning to think of all the issues that could be in there. There are different learners, different paths. Variability is the rule, not the exception. So for UDL, designing with options for these different learners to demonstrate they have learned is a major paradigm shift. The teacher is not worrying about teaching. The teacher is measuring the learning. UDL has three principles: engagement, representation, and action and expression. You can see how they're related to portions of the brain, the affective networks of the why, the recognition networks of the what, and the strategic networks of the how. Basically what it's saying is the representation principle is the content of our lessons and our materials of the students that we give them. If we're just giving them text and without videos and without ways to hear, we leave out all kinds of learners that use that method for learning. Action and expression is how they're tested, how they turn in their homework. And we're only offering things like the same way that they're traditionally done. There are lots of different ways to prove that somebody has met a learning objective. And then engagement is the motivation, so that the student understands and the trainer understands why they're in the program and what's going on. UDL is run by the Center for Applied Science and Technology at CAST, cast.org. It's easy to remember to go and find the principles. We don't have time today to go into the whole framework. I'm going to talk now is about ways that you can use this framework with Moodle for more inclusive design. So the key questions for course materials, when you get ready to do TVET courses, how is the information being presented to the learners? And if it's only in one form, then multiple options need to be designed in there. Does the information content provide options that help all learners reach higher levels of comprehension and understanding? Some learners learn well with flashcards, others with pictures, others with videos. If a training manual is the only guide, then it leaves out all kinds of opportunities for learners to learn. Does the information and content provide options that help all learners understand the symbols and the expressions? Does the information and content provide options that help all learners perceive? So I think you're getting the feel that UDL is all about options for the different types of learners. Now when we shift to digital education and moving TVET to online courses in this new form of technology, it opens up a whole world for students that might not be able to physically be in a location but can still take part in the lessons. Here's an example of a Moodle course. Over on the left, you can see it's easy to structure weeks, week 1, week 2, and have different tasks that the student would go through and then move. What makes Moodle very interesting is the wide range of learning activities inside. Students can upload assignments, there are checklists, there's a database, a hot pot. Group work can be done online, forums are for discussion, there's ways for feedback, there's H5P for interactive videos, so they're just not passively watching a video, but able to engage with them too. Lessons and then quizzes. These are all part of the learning activities. When you switch to the resources that Moodle offers, content can be developed through books, files, folders, lightbox galleries, separate pages, URLs linked to the class. And then for engagement, there are badges. Badges can be awarded for assignments, for discussion forums, for mini certifications as the student goes through the course. Now, competency framework might be something to look at too, especially with TVET courses. What we do in Stuttgart is we've moved away from letter grades of A, B, C, D, F, and gone into a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and gone into competency frameworks. Moodle has this ability to set up competency frameworks. So instead of a letter grade, there are paths when a competency has been proven in a particular type of step. Now, what are some of these Moodle tools? You're going to hear a lot of different presentations in the course of today about all the exciting promises that digitalization can offer. We know what the challenges are. Technology is always going to be a challenge for first to learners. Teachers have to learn how to use the Moodle. The students have to learn to engage it. But the learning curve is fairly swift, and a good investment in over a period of 1 or 2 years will reap a lot of return and interest. So for the ideas of representation, we talk about how the content is delivered to a student. Moodle has units and blocks, files, glossary tool, a page label, and very important, there are audio and hyperlink abilities so that students are able to interact with flexible content that doesn't depend on a single sense, like sight or hearing, movement, or touch. All the different types of learners can then engage with the materials. We talk about Moodle tools for engagement. Choice activities, students can respond either with their video or with an audio with their voice, or simply by typing in text. Badges and completion track we look at, there's a forum. Here's the text editor in Moodle. You can see the broad scale of what you can do. You can upload images, you can record yourself. You can also pop up, right here's a built-in video component. So if a student would rather engage with something, there's a report with a video, that can all be done with that. This is the idea of universal design for learning, that it's just not text. For action and expression, the assignment tool, quiz tools, checklists, feedback, and these interactive videos. So designing multiple means of action and expression comes down to the different ways students or trainers are tested as they're moving through the models to make it fun, to make it interesting, and to have the students learn. Now, designing, as we head into maybe some more specific examples that might make sense. Backward design for a lot of online courses and development of online modules deals with this principle of alignment. It usually starts with what the learning objectives or the outcomes are, and these are then aligned with the course content, the course activities, so they can practice, the course tools in Moodle for the final kind of assessment that the student produces with the test. Now, here are some fast-paced examples. We don't have time to really go through them all, but they're more like the impulse. Imagine you're designing for automotive engineering levels 1 to 4. The task is fault diagnosis job cards and a short evidence video. The Moodle design could have an assignment, a rubric, and then a database activity here. So the UDL point for inclusions, learners can submit text, images, or video, and then peer examples with a workshop could support the comprehension. If you look at hospitality and tourism, for example, a frequent task is hazard analysis and critical control points, mini auditing of training kitchens or canteens. The Moodle design could have a checklist, a forum, and then badges for timely completion, with students preparing short videos of how they worked and what they did with it. Bricklaying and plastering, levels 1 through 3, a site diary and a wall section mock-up plan, typical assessments. With the Moodle design, the workshop feature, which is really peer assessment, where students could submit a one-page site diary with materials, measurements, weather, and safety, and a scaled sketch photo. Their peers would then use a simple rubric with likes, and then could follow that up with 2 perfect or gold standard exemplars to calibrate that to. Why this works with UDL is there's a choice of CAD or sketch, and peers are learning by reviewing each other's work. That's an advantage with the digital situation. People can see the work that's been submitted. Metal fabrication, boiler making, and welding, a mini WPS, Moodle design, assignment, and a quiz. Electrical general tasks, you could have lesson activities, assignments, and competency mapping for the inclusion parts of this. Office administration, levels 1 through 3, Moodle design could have database activities, grading with the marking guides, with customer service case files and business correspondent pack working aside with it. Clothing production, Moodle design with assignments, and students could upload a short try-on video or photos on a mannequin that they've shown, and then the students could, evaluate it and look. What's often helpful with Moodle courses and all online classes is that students who post early, sometimes they understand it, and other students who come a little bit later, they see good examples of what that can do to foster good online community building. Civil and building exercises, bills of quantities, snippets, and takeoff nights could be done with quizzes and forums. ICT, industrial electronics, foundation across trades, Moodle design, assignments and short quizzes could be in that print too. And then entrepreneurship, a common module here, micro venture pitches for campus or community, where the Moodle design might be a forum where students give a 2-minute pitch video and they talk about what they're doing. They can evaluate each other about their speech competences, about their confidence levels, and about the format of the pitch and whether or not it was decided. The teacher could then award badges for best customer need, best budget, a reward played with gamification for the course in there too. So as I come near to the end of my impulse talk here, some good Moodle tips for inclusion. In the assignment settings, enable online text and file submissions so that students could submit either way. Turn on the activity completion and the badges for quick wins. For example, a safety badge, welcome to the course badge, so that students feel motivated, especially when they're trying to learn a new system, and they get quick wins at the beginning. Rubrics and marking guides are helpful before, during, and after. Databases and glossaries can be built so that students always have a place to look when they get confused about a specific term. And then if your site supports it, and it's also a part of the modules in mind, attach competencies and use the competency tool to get rid of the whole grade pressure of the letters coming in. All right, these last 3 are very busy non-UDL slides. You can read them a lot quicker than I can read them. The point is to show you all that I was talking about before in that overview. Here's kind of a deep dive with one kind of assessment. And what you could have is a design mapping these out. What's the purpose, right? The learning seal. What are the task details? The students have to do this. What Moodle tools would be used? And then how is UDL involved with that? So an instructional designer would take the goals and then break it out into what the task details would be, what appropriate tools in Moodle, and then would think about UDL, not only in a typical assignment submitting, but what for all kinds of different learners to put the variables in there too. Here's another example with a fault diagnosis, right, for assessment of diagnostic skills with a car or a vehicle. Present students with a fault scenario, some problem with the vehicle. The students produce a diagnosis report, and then they do a repair mock-up plan. And then they could either present that to the class as a video, as we saw in the text editor, or there could be another format that is involved with that, putting it together. So what Moodle tools here? The lesson, the assignment, and the glossary. Okay, that's about it. I didn't want to take lots of time to go over that. I kind of wanted to stimulate the air about that and give some ideas of how Moodle can really be an interesting way to address all kinds of concerns about equity and inclusion in education. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Prof. Powers. Thank you very much, Prof. Powers. I would like to open the floor for any questions. Please, when you ask a question, just state your name and a bit of background of you, so before you start. So we already have 2 hands. Ladies first.
Good morning. My name is Georgina, Digital Ambassador for GIZ, working at Namibia Training Authority. My question would be, a few years ago, we know that, or many years ago, teachers and trainers were told you need to set up an all-you-can-eat buffet in your classroom so that different learners can take from the buffet what is most, what suits them best for their learning styles. So now we're having a situation where we need to set up these all-you-can-eat buffets in the digital space, which obviously my colleagues will say, we don't have the time for this. How can we prepare for so many different learning styles? And at the same time, we're hearing the digital platforms are giving this universal, amazing promise. No, they are being set up automated in an automated way. All the different styles will be served automatically because they are generating that. Exactly. So my big question is, because none of that is true, where's the middle? The trainers and teachers will not be able to set up an all-you-can-eat buffet for so many students, for so many trades. But also in the case of Moodle, there is no automated generation of those many contents. So what would be a best practice that you could recommend?
The best practice is to hire good people to be the instructional designers. And maybe some of them are the professors that you already have. You probably have key bread and butter with and really design them well. Take probably about 12 months, 18 months to design it well. And that is the way that the UDL is built into the course, because then you can serve lots and lots of students with good standard course that only needs to be tweaked as it's moving through. So a good best practice with this whole way is to look at the courses, figure out how many courses are in the catalog. If there are 100 courses or 50 courses, prioritize them to be built, and then have them well designed with UDL from the beginning. The exciting part of all of this is the AI that's coming out to write content and then to put in there. There are also platforms that Moodle has with feedback groups that can design it. Some of the feedback that's automatically being provided. In a couple of years, that will be also much more widespread than it is today too. So a lot of the how do I start from scratch questions that are so scary, they're going to be easily solved, even though I love what you say. LMSs promise the world, they promise the moon because they want you engaged and go for it. But the issue of time is and effort involved with them is super important. The priority has to be on which courses will, for our programs digitally the best to serve our students.
Thank you very much, Prof. Powers. We have another question. We've got 2 more questions, so yes, we'll then stop over here with the last question. So yes, please, next question. Prof. Powers, I just want to ask, you are breaking up a bit, so can you please just switch your video just to ensure that we preserve bandwidth and hear you loud and clear.
All right, my name is Kenneth Namola from NTA. I've listened very attentively to the Moodle. My question is, or my questions are, what are the assumptions for us to implement or to roll out this type of platforms in terms of the infrastructure and the devices? Are we assuming that this is still done in a classroom situation where the trainees come to the site, or are we saying that they can do this from home? And if it is the latter, then that falls to the question of what are the assumptions for the trainees to do that one in terms of infrastructure and the devices, the conduits which they must communicate with.
It's at the very basics of what kinds of modes versus other. to be fully async. In other words, the students never go to a particular place. They just do it all online. Some of the courses might work that. Beginning math, beginning English competencies, they could probably do that. Others work best as hybrid courses. For example, automotive, hospital management, entrepreneurial courses, where they're meeting with the professor or the teacher for a certain amount of time, and then they go on to the Moodle part and do these exercises and learn activities there. It all depends on the discipline, what they're learning, and also the learning objectives coming in. But it's a big strategic reach to try to figure out what are the goals for this year, what courses are going to be launched, and then what are the modalities that are going to be involved. What type of a course is it? Online courses come in these different forms, fully async, self-paced courses, tutored courses where the instructor goes along with the students and moving forward. So the best is to look at each of the types of VTET subjects and figure out which courses would work best for that. Sometimes it's important also to see the current gaps or problems or issues. Like, is there a particular course, there's a particular competence that students aren't doing well at, and can Moodle or online options work for that to save the gap or to solve the problem that it's facing? But the other assumption that's key is that faculty or teachers would need to be trained, and then students would also need at least a basic video of how to use Moodle and how to feel comfortable in it. And that teachers would have to learn it's teaching with technology. It's not technology that's in the priorities. And the thing about online teacher is the noun and online is the instructor, right? Online is just the adjective out there representing that. It takes a good teacher to teach an online class. Anybody can push some buttons, but you have to have someone who cares about the student's learning experience for the online class to work.
Thank you, Prof. One last question from our end.
Yes.
Can we just have the mic? Rastus, yeah. We are on time for our break, so Prof, we have 2 to 3 minutes to ask this question and to respond.
Okay.
I thank you.
This is Indongo speaking. I think from where you are sitting in terms of, I really want to understand the future of Moodles, because it's very prominent in our system. Almost every training provider is trying to plug in and it's being used. But I think in terms of there's a critical element that is missing. The simulation, virtual reality, augmented reality and all that, the look and feels. Is there plans to sort of integrate some sort of simulations where young people, students can actually overhaul an engine through virtual reality and all that as an integrated part of Moodle? Because right now it's very challenging, and that is sort of the missing link, and probably the only missing link that we foresee with Moodle. From where you sit, is there discussion to move into that area, or it should still be something that TVET can actually be able to bring in and bought in separately? And it's very, very costly in terms of integration and all that. Thank you.
So true. And very quickly, because of the time, it's just most people solve this problem with videos, right? And then the videos are time consuming to do, and then you have to redo them, and they go out of date very kind of quickly. And all the other options are expensive with virtual reality, and trying to come up with ways of simulations, and are those really authentic assessments for the program anyway? So what you've identified is a real problem.
Thank you very much, Prof. And thank you very much, everyone, for the questions. We are well on time in terms of break. However, we are behind with one session rather. And I would like to ask that after the break, we'll then move the 11 o'clock session, which covers digital literacy and access. We'll start with that after the break at 12. So the break is now from 11:40 up until 12. And I ask that we just be on time. So typically, I always say is that when you are on time, you are early. When you are early, when you are on time, when you are early, let me start again. You are on time. When you are on time, you are late. When you are late, it's not now. So when you are early, you are on time. Meaning, when you're 5 minutes early, 10 minutes early, you are on time. When you are on time, it means you are already late. And when you are late, it's not now. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will start at 12 o'clock just to catch up. Enjoy the tea break. Thank you very much. One, two, 1, 2. Colleagues, I just want to remind you, we will start in 5 minutes. We will start in 5 minutes. We are about to continue. We'll continue in 1 minute. Can everyone please just grab the seats? We will continue within the next 1 minute. Thank you. we are ready to start. Can everyone please take their seats? Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.8, 1.7, 1.5, 1. There we go. Welcome back, everyone. And I hope you enjoyed your tea break. It was so much fun that we actually forgot about the principle of being early. However, moving on swiftly, our next speaker will be joining us virtually, and he'll be covering and give us some insights on digital literacy and access, Namibia's policy objectives, priorities, and aspirations. Mr. Ndakulute Abraham is a career educator with over 20 years of experience in technology, education, policy implementation, and project management. He has extensive national, regional, and international expertise in integrating technology into teaching, developing digital learning environments, and identifying vocational training needs. Currently, he serves as the Deputy Director of TVET at the Ministry of Education, Culture, Arts, I have it wrong, Innovation, MASEC, in short. Please allow me to welcome Mr. Abraham. Please take it away. Mr. Abraham, I just want to add, if we do lose you, I will ask you to just switch off your video, just so that we can have a much better quality presentation, as well as hear you loud and clear. Thank you very much. The floor is yours for the next 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Facilitator, I hope you can see the screen clearly on my side. Can you hear?
Sure.
Can you hear me? And can you see the screen?
We can see your screen, and if need be, I just received confirmation that our internet is fine, and your internet is fine, because we are eating the same bread. You are in our country, and it's a local call, so you may be allowed to switch on the video. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, my presentation, the focus is to look at the issue of aligning policy and the importance of aligning policy, especially digital literacy policy, the challenges as far as the national picture is concerned, but then we'll zoom in towards the end of the presentation on the TVET picture and why it's important to align digitalization policy and discuss the issue of digital literacy and access in TVET to make sure that it's like, we streamline the digitalization topic into TVET. So as I've been introduced, my name is Ndakolute Abraham. I'm the Deputy Director for TVET in the Ministry of Education, Innovation, Youth, Sports, Arts and Culture. And amongst my many priority activities, I look at the issue of policy and making sure that we align our TVET policy to our national imperatives. So if we look at the issue of digital literacy is usually defined as the ability for people to use digital tools to solve basic problems. And this definition, we get it from UNESCO. At the basis, that is what we mean by digital literacy. Now, this particular definition is included in our SDGs, Goal 4, under thematic area 4.4.2, which looks at the percentage of adults and youth who are able to, at least with a minimum level of proficiency, use digital literacy skills or use their skills to support themselves to get decent jobs and to participate in entrepreneurial activities by the year 2030, and to promote inclusive and equitable quality education and lifelong learning opportunities. Now, if we look at the Namibian context, we've got several initiatives that are supposed to support our government to achieve these 4 objectives that we've got, obviously, in the SDGs and that we've got in our developmental plans. In developmental plans, we talk about our NDP 6, our Vision 2030, the Harambee Prosperity Plan, which has now been superseded by NDP 6. And one of these flagship programs that we undertook in 2023 as a government, a central government, was a program that was developed by the Minister of Information and Communications Technology to promote digital literacy. This program, the aim was to take digital literacy, just like we took adult literacy, to the regions, to the different constituencies in the country. And we started with 900 Namibians that we've trained to date. And the idea was that these 900 Namibians become multipliers. At the same time, as a trickle-down measure, from government side, we've made sure that through different policy interventions, we've integrated digital literacy in training programs. So if you go to basic education, you'll see that digital literacy has been implemented in those training programs. If you go to higher education institutions, the majority of higher education institutions, especially those ones that are owned by government or by the state, have got digital literacy initiatives that have been streamlined into the different training programs. And this digital literacy initiatives look at the issue of using computers to access information. And then we are moving into the space of training individuals on the topic of cybersecurity, especially with the advent of the internet, the broad adoption of the internet across our different sectors of society. We're looking at streamlining the topic of cybersecurity in our different training interventions, whether it's the formalized training interventions in programs in higher education institutions, in schools, and in our TVET institutions. Now, from a policy perspective, we still have issues and challenges, and the challenges continue to hamper effective implementation of digital literacy and the actual implementation of digital literacy policy across government, across obviously society, and across our training institutions. And these challenges have been listed or enumerated, as you see on the screen, by CRAN, the Communications Regulatory Authority of Namibia. And the biggest issue is the limited access to technology. And when we talk about access to technology, we talk about the actual devices that we use to access the technology. We talk about the issue of having access to communications devices like tablets, phones, bandwidth. Bandwidth is a major issue because a lot of the information, a lot of the tools that we need, we consume through the internet. And if you don't have stable, reliable internet, it becomes a bit of an issue. There's the issue of training. As much as government has invested heavily into different training measures, it's very difficult to achieve what I would call parity, or to achieve a digital literacy rate that is close to 100%, because in terms of training, you are not able to train everyone at the same time. Again, because you don't have full access to the technology, you don't have full access to the supporting technological tools, you don't have full access to bandwidth to be able to train everyone properly on all these different tools. And then there's also the cultural and language barrier. There's an interesting infographic that I usually show when I make these presentations to partners. And this infographic shows you the world map, and it shows you the level of information that is produced and consumed in different parts of the world. And if you look at that map, you can Google it. If you look at that map, you'll see that in terms of the African continent being a consumer of data, you've got lots of little dots that indicate that we are heavy consumers of data over the internet. But in terms of us producing that data, we are very, very low. And this is in part because of the cultural barriers. We obviously have got different languages, not just in Namibia, but on the continent. And the fact that we've got all these different languages makes it difficult for us to produce our own content for others to consume because of the language barrier. So people in remote areas who might not be, fully conversant in the English language might not be able to create content that can be consumed by other people in other parts of the world. And the same can be said about these people consuming some data as well from other parts of the world. So the issue of culture, the issue of language also becomes a major issue when it comes to us coming to a stage or a place where you've got parity when it comes to digital literacy. Infrastructure is also a major issue. You hear that telecommunications providers, especially our major telecommunications providers, MTC, Telecom, they are really investing heavily in infrastructure. Telecom recently introduced, not Telecom, but MTC, introduced 5G networks across selected locations in the country. So they are really pushing the technological envelope. But infrastructure development, especially in this space, in the digital space, is very expensive. So they cannot keep up with the growing needs of society. But they are heavily investing in the infrastructure development, whether it's communications towers, whether it's actual physical lines moving fiber between different parts of the country, whether it's like, trying to bring down costs for connecting people to the internet. They are heavily investing, but we still are having a lot of hurdles when it comes to having adequate infrastructure across the country for us to implement digitalization policy fairly across the length and breadth of the country. And then there's the issue of integration. The as much as from the government's perspective, we've invested heavily in ensuring that digitalization measures are integrated in our training programs. There are still issues. There's the issue of educators not being trained in how they can integrate technology in their teaching and learning processes. You saw the previous presentation on Moodle, and I heard some interesting questions there as far as understanding the challenges of how Moodle can be brought into the TVET space. And it's still a challenge to bring digitalization measures in some training spaces, because the understanding of how to develop training material for these training spaces is very complicated. And you need to capacitate individuals, you need to capacitate instructional designers, you need to capacitate teachers on how to use these digitalization measures in the different spaces that they've got. And then we've got the issue of vulnerable groups. And with vulnerable groups, we speak about the minority groups, we speak about men, we speak about women. So we still have issues with this special groupings of people, because they are in remote areas. Usually, they don't have the financial means to access digitalization tools or digital tools. They don't have the information on how to access the tools if the tools are available. They don't have the right training, and they don't understand how to access the information. If the information is there, if the tools are there, they don't have the right type of information on how to get onto the different platforms and access the information. And then you also have the greater issue of collaboration with different stakeholders. If you look at the issue of digitalization, you'll appreciate and understand that it's a cross-sectoral issue, because you need to look at different sectors across the economy. It's not just the educational sector, which we are discussing here today, but it's the maritime sector. They need to digitalize. The training sector obviously needs to digitalize. The tourism sector needs to digitalize. The hospitality sector needs to digitalize. The automotive sector needs to digitalize, because digitalization allows them to do tasks easily, fluidly, very, very fast. But if these different sectors of our economy, including our training sector, you don't have all the stakeholders speaking the same language, and they adhere to a given policy. Policy is there to assist them to speak the same language. It becomes a little bit of a challenge. So all these challenges make it difficult to implement digitalization policy in the country. But not just in the country. I have to caution here that it's not an issue unique to Namibia. It's an issue that is a challenge across the world, because the nature of technology is that it's very, very fast. And for you to develop policy, you need to constantly be on the ground looking at the direction or the flow of digitalization tools, digitalization, applications, digitalization in terms of hardware. You need to look at the flow of these different things, and then you develop appropriate policy to make sure that the flow, to a certain extent, is directed for the greater good of society. So these challenges are not unique to Namibia. And the challenge with digitalization is that in every single market that you see technology moving that particular society forward, you'll appreciate that the technology is not being driven by the state. The individual innovations and digitalization tools are being driven by the private sector, but the policy element is brought on by the state. But the two need to collaborate as critical stakeholders, private sector and the state. The state brings policy, the private sector brings innovation, and together they move in the same line to achieve a greater good for the society. Now, with our challenges and the context that I've given you, how can greater policy direction from central government, from us as technocrats, assist? So we need to look at targeted national policy across all sectors. We need to look at targeted and structured centralized budgeting on the implementation of such national digitalization policies or strategies. And they obviously need to include a comprehensive ICT literacy strategy for the country across all sectors, like I said earlier. And you need to have centralized coordination. I gave the example of MICT, which has trained around 900 individuals with the intention that they become multipliers. And that type of approach is an approach that could work. At the moment, you've got fragmented policies on digitalization. You've got fragmented policies at institutional level, at training institutions. You've got fragmented policies across the different OMAs, offices, ministries, and agencies within government. You've got fragmented policies within individual institutions, whether it's local institutions, whether it's international institutions, and you don't have a common framework similar to what you've got in other markets. Like if we have to speak about the European Union, for instance, they've got a common policy position on technology. At the African Union level, we have been working towards that common policy as well, but it has not trickled down. So the conversation as far as digitalization policy is concerned needs to be a conversation where we say, let us look at having a national strategy on digitalization, how we digitalize the country, Namibia as a country, across different sectors. And then each and every single subsector within the economy looks at how they can extract from that broader national policy to serve their unique sector. It's a mammoth task, but it's something that we need to do nationally as a country.
Mr. Abraham,
and then,
can I just
yes,
ask that you bring it home within the next 2 minutes?
And
we'll take
I'll be there
questions.
shortly.
So you've got 2 minutes.
And then I just got one slide, then I'm done. And then we need to modernize our training programs to cater for emerging global trends. And these emerging global trends are like AI, artificial intelligence, how we streamline them into our digitalization policy. You've got, the issue of robotics. It's not something new, but we need to look at how we can bring those new trends into any digitalization policy that we're going to have. So after this whole discussion, what would be next in terms of policy? The main thing would be coordination. And coordination needs to come up with a targeted plan that is going to be measured, that is going to be financed properly, and where we are going to be able to measure the impact of this particular policy to make sure that it actually meets our policy imperatives that we've got. So in short, ladies and gentlemen, it's more of a discussion. That is the long and short of it. Thank you very much, Mr. Facilitator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abraham. Can you please give him a round of applause? I so like that last slide, but without wasting any time, I would like to open up the floor. And we have already 2 people. 3. We've got 3. Can I also ask, when there's more people, I would also give preference to the people who haven't asked a question. So I might skip you just to get through all the questions. In addition to that, once again, please just specify your name and background. Thank you very much. Always ladies first.
Thank you very much for that enlightening presentation that speaks to a topic very close to my heart as well. First, I just want to put in context that somehow there is a misinformation there that we don't have some framework in place. I want to put it in record that indeed Namibia have a very good, robust framework when it comes to ICT development in the country. Touching by the Communication Act as the umbrella law, but they have a broadband policy of 2019 that was also revised. Just recently, Cabinet approved digital transformation strategy, for 2025 up to 2030. And there is also an overarching ICT policy in place. So instruments are there, policies are there. I think what lacks is the implementation. Moving forward to my intervention is, it seems we are missing a link. When we talk about digital transformation, in whatever fields of life, whether it's education, agriculture, health sector, your AIs, one needs to understand the whole ecosystem. Access alone is not digital transformation. Having infrastructure there, it won't solve the problem. It depends on the affordability also, usage. Secondly, what are we using this infrastructure for? When you take a young lady or young man, give him a device with a SIM card, data, everything, what are they using for? Even from learning perspective, you see a learner could not log into a class, he say, I don't have data. But a minute after, that particular learner will post on social media. Then you question yourself, what is the purpose now? What is the usage of this infrastructure? You have everything, unlike those people in rural areas. In terms of the gap of infrastructure, there is a government intention of universal access, and a fund should be created to bridge that digital divide. I don't know how far we are. And secondly, also, there is an intended intervention of infrastructure sharing among the operators. This is not happening. You found 3 towers in Omuthia, 3 towers in Onipa, 3 towers in Oshinene. This is our government institutions. Telecom being MTC where we are now, and whoever. They need to share this infrastructure. It will help us to have access and then also reduce the cost. You might be aware that the cost of data in Namibia is among the highest in Africa. And the reason, one of the reasons is been having those cadets around operators that are competing for the same cost. And the population is very small of 3 million. So this is some of intervention. In interest of time, I don't want to unpack a lot, but thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you. Would you like to respond to that? Or can we move over to the next question?
Yes.
And then respond.
I think I gave a disclaimer earlier at the beginning to say that the issue is not lack of policy. And I need to clarify that one. We've got several policies. If we have to enumerate the policies that we've got, we could easily come to around 20 policies on digitalization. The issue is in terms of coordination, in terms of having all these different policies that we've got speaking to each other. If I have to ask you a simple question as, for instance, do we have a clear expectation of what the minimum speed would need to be in a training institution, in our schools, the minimum internet speed to stream video, educational videos, to run content on our learning management systems, to teach using video conferencing, to have sessions like this? Do we have direction, clear direction, nationally on something like that? The answer would be, if you look at the different policies that speak to a topic like this, you might have one policy saying maybe it's 5 megabytes, another policy could say it's 25 megabytes, another one could say that no, we maybe need to look at a minimum of 15 megabytes. The issue is coordination. And my presentation speaks to us having centralized national policy that is addressing all these issues, and all other documents emanate from this. The challenge is that our different documents, the 15 to 20 documents that we've got that speak to digitalization, there isn't clear coordination, and that's the issue. You spoke about the issue of towers, and that's a clear example. From government side, there was a commitment, and we put it in a policy document, a commitment to say that you need to share. Infrastructure you need to share. If you look at, for example, the way government is working, or the telecommunications providers are working when it comes to sharing data from our WEX cable, where you've got 1 or 2 telecommunications providers in the country that actually worked with the international guys to bring the cable to Namibia, to have the landing in Namibia, and then everyone else buys bandwidth from these 2, or from actually this main one. That type of expectation needs to be across the telecommunications sector, but it's not working perfectly because we don't have centralized coordination and centralized implementation. That is the main issue. In terms of policies, there are lots of policies, but the issue is coordination is not there and the policies don't speak to each other.
Thank you very much for that insight, and we really appreciate it. That's why we are here, to solve the problems.
Thank you. Didi, I'm very much happy because a member of the board is also here from ICT. Last month, a teacher in Ochuarongo made a video about private parts. This video went viral. It went over 100 million views. She could earn, as we speak, maybe 20 million Namibian dollar. She couldn't earn anything, zero. And the issue is related to policy, ICT policy, cybersecurity. There seems to be a gap. And if I remember, our Minister for ICT is saying that there is a policy that maybe the EDD can tell us how far is this, because from the TVET side of things, social media content creations, especially for our young graduates, it can lower this unemployment. I can just imagine as a youth living here in SWAKOPMUND, if you become a content creator and be able to monetize your accounts, YouTube, TikTok, and everything, you wouldn't even want to go to work, because every tourist who comes to Namibia, they search on Google or whatever, they search SWAKOPMUND. Your content, they will be pushed there. And the moment they are pushed there, then you are earning money. So what is the gap in terms of our policy? Why can't we have monetized accounts in terms of digital content creation? Because this will solve one of the critical issues that we face with our young graduates. Maybe the DD can tell us what is the gap there.
You're giving me a difficult one, but some of this is information. Because digital platforms like the one that you're talking about, I'm assuming that is TikTok. From the screenshots I saw, that is TikTok. And TikTok has got a clear monetization policy. The moment you hit a certain amount, you are able to monetize your content. And it's the same for YouTube. The moment you hit a certain threshold, you are able to monetize your content. The same with Twitter, or the same with Facebook. The moment you hit a certain threshold, you're able to monetize your content. The issue there is not whether it's possible, and from a policy framework, what government can do is just to support the young men and women in terms of putting in the infrastructure, obviously, doing information sharing with these young people on how they can monetize their content. But these international platforms, they've got clear policies on how to monetize. It's about numbers. If they see that you've got the numbers, then you are going to get paid. It's a matter of, through the different plays, I think the NTA is a critical stakeholder.
So, Eben, can you just switch off your video?
Shared skills communities for ICT. It's a matter of us sharing information with these young people to say that if you want to create content, if you want to be a professional content creator, this is what these platforms offer. But in terms of monetization, it's clear because these are businesses. They run business based on a business model. And policy doesn't necessarily, it's not going to hamper them, but it assists our local content creators to make money from these different international platforms. I think that's as far as I can address that one, Ndongo.
Sure. Thank you very much. There's a follow-up question, and then I'll give the mic over to the gentleman. So can we just have Ms. Elizabeth?
Thank you. Mine is not a follow-up question, but also in addition to assist Mr. Idongo. Serious concern is valid. The issue is the services of these TikTok, WhatsApp, whatever, they are over-the-top services that are not yet regulated. What Ministry of ICT have done, I think the technology is there, the infrastructures are there, we are participating fully. The issue at hand is, once something is due to you in terms of monetary rewards from these platforms, our laws, Bank of Namibia, please, it's not Ministry of ICT, to be honest. Bank of Namibia is the issue. How these people are not able to receive their payments. That is the issue now. Because of the laws in the country. Even Bitcoin now. Because now we have to pay all these extortive interest rate at the banks and so on, while you can even just do your Bitcoin and you transact paperless, bankless. But the issue is Bank of Namibia and the regulations. As far as I remember, there were serious discussion with between the Ministry of ICT and the Bank of Namibia on how we are going to allow our Namibians people to benefit from these platforms, because the issue is payment. Otherwise, we have to have in a South African account or somebody. It's complex. It's very complex. It's Bank of Namibia laws that needs to be revised. I thank you.
Thank you very much. And it's also about the last slide of our presenter. We really brought it home and saying that it's a collaboration between various stakeholders. That's now industry, regulators, as well as the ministry and educators. So that was really a spot-on slide. And in terms of the collaboration, what's the gap? What do we need to follow? What guardrails do we need? What do we need to enhance? And that's really the crux of the matter. However, we cannot solve the problem in this boardroom, or at least at this conference rather. But it's out there. So we now need to go in much more deeper, do more Google searches to understand how do we solve this challenge and really look at the gap and drive it home. Our last question would go to the gentleman there.
Thank you. Thank you, Didi, for the inspiring presentation. Your last slide, you outlined a number of challenges. And you raised the issue of coordination. That is one of the challenges that we're experiencing in the country. Maybe this platform, we need to start asking ourselves more difficult questions, challenging questions. We need really to sit and ask ourselves questions that people will start feeling uncomfortable. The president, for many a time since she took over, she stated that it won't be business as usual. Now I'm sitting and asking myself, what is the main cause of the problem that there is no coordination? Different ministries, the different partners don't work together. I ask myself, is it a question of power from each ministry? Does the different ministries talk to each other? Does ICT talk to the Ministry of Education? Is there a platform where these different key stakeholders can come together and iron out the challenges? Because all of us, we know that there are these challenges, but it seems that we don't talk to one another. Maybe we should start there. Is this an issue of saying that this is my ministry, I'm running the show as I wish? The other one will say that in terms of education, this is my ministry, I'm running the show, or what is the problem? We should maybe ask ourselves, is there a political will on the side of the different ministries to come to one platform and talk to each other? I leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a difficult one, but I can assure you that from the ministry side, and I can't speak for all the ministries, but I can speak for the ministry that I represent. But I can also speak based on the conversations that I've had with colleagues from other ministries. I think the appetite is there to work with each other, especially in this 8th administration. The appetite is there. The conversations are happening. The coordination has started to happen. The challenge is just the issue of silos. Sometimes, as a ministry, you've got a very limited view because you limit yourself to what you are trying to achieve within your ministry. And sometimes when you limit yourself to what you are trying to achieve, you don't see the correlations between what you are doing and what other ministries or agencies could be doing. And that has been the challenge, but within this 8th administration, I'm sure, unless you've been outside the country for some time, but if you are within Namibia, you would have noticed that things are working completely different. There's greater coordination now, there's greater collaboration, because people are actually starting to have conversations with one another and say, Are you doing something that affects me on my side, that affects my stakeholders? I can give the example, which is slightly different from this, but I can give the example of research where we've started to collaborate with other ministries outside our ministry to strengthen our research portfolio, especially in the TVET space. We've even gone as far as reaching out to other ministries to link us up with their international partners to strengthen the research. And it's just an example, one example of many other examples where within a specific, you are starting to look beyond your limited tunnel and look at what other people are doing. It's the same with the new initiative that was recently launched. I'm sure you saw it in the media where the Right Honorable Prime Minister looked at a cross-sectoral approach when it comes to infrastructure development in the TVET space, where he reached out to the colleagues of the North. And the idea was that we have got problems that are infrastructure related in health. We in TVET, our bread and butter is infrastructure development because we've got artisans in the TVET space. And we said, let us sit at the same table. Let us come up with a memorandum of understanding and see how we can support you with your infrastructure-related needs. And that MOU right now is in an advanced stage for it to be signed off, and for us from the TVET space, with the support of the NTA and our training centers across the regions, to start doing the work for not only our ministry, the basic education leg, but also the Ministry of Health. So that's a collaboration that has not worked in the past 10 years, but right now, for the first time, we are actually at the level of a concrete memorandum, and the work is going to start in the next couple of months. So it was just an issue of people sitting in their space and not seeing how they could collaborate with their partners. But I can assure you that that has changed, and we are trying to collaborate with different departments now.
Didi, thank you very much for your time. We really appreciate it. With all the ICT and TVET evangelists in the room, they definitely threw some tough questions at you. You answered them, and we really appreciate your response on that. And like rightfully said, I'll definitely refer us all back to that last slide of it's a collaboration between all key stakeholders in our country to make our Namibia good and for the greater good of our nation. With that, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Right, so I would like to introduce our next topic, our next speaker. Are we all ready? We are leading up to lunch, so I think if you look at time, this would be our session just before lunch. So we have two sessions though. Lunch is at 1:20. It's now 12:46. So pretty much 30 minutes to cover the next session. So I would like to ask us just to move the presentation of AI just after lunch. That's AI is on everyone's lips. And we want you to come ready for just after lunch so we can do a bit of deep dive as to what's happening in the AI space. Leading on to our next presentation is the bridging the digital skills gap and the scalability and building scalable solutions for TVET institutions, which will be presented by Ms. Grace Sikosana, and she is the account executive at CompTIA, supporting academic institutions, training providers, and government departments in preparing students and the workforce for IT careers. With over a decade of ICT, in the ICT industry, she is passionate about closing the digital skills gap through accessible, practical IT training. Grace holds a BCom in human resources and she's also pursuing an honors degree in business management. Yes. And she also contributes to advancing digital skills and transformation across South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to welcome Ms. Grace Sikosana.
afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Program Director, for the warm introduction. I'm very delighted to be here this afternoon. I know I've got a very interesting time slot just before lunch. So I promise not to be too long. Okay, so I'm just testing this just to see if it works. Oh, there we go. All right, so my name is Grace Kwasana, as our program director have mentioned. I'm from CompTIA. I am an account exec, and I look after a number of countries in the SADC region, which obviously includes Namibia. So today I will be presenting about bridging the digital skill gaps, scalable solutions for TVET colleges. So I've got a jam-packed agenda to cover. I'm not going to take you through it point by point, but we will be going through it as we go. So I'll kick off by giving you an overview of who CompTIA is. I know some of you in the room might be familiar or might have heard of CompTIA. I know maybe some people might have earned some certifications from our company, but just to give you a brief background, CompTIA was founded in 1982, and we've been advancing the global IT industry for over 30 years. So for the longest of time, we were recognized as one of the largest IT associations globally. However, our status has changed. Last year, December, we are now operating as a for-profit organization. As an organization, we are most respected for people who want to begin their careers in IT, or who want to build their careers in IT, or further themselves with IT certifications. One of our core offerings is that we provide industry research. So we provide white paper research that is based on the global IT trends. And normally we would share this beginning of the year just to give and highlight what are the trends. As an organization, we are recognized as one of the leading providers of vendor-neutral IT certifications, and our certifications are aligned to industry job roles. Our courses basically give individuals the skills to do the job. And with that, a vendor-neutral approach. And then lastly, as an organization, we are highly regarded for our career pathways in cybersecurity, in data and analytics, and in AI. Okay. So looking at what we have achieved as an organization, we have a global presence. To date, we have issued over 3 million certifications globally. We have over 2.1 million certified alumni in tech workforce. And in 250 plus countries, we have certification holders. Annually, we have over 170,000 individuals that certify in CompTIA certifications, and we serve over 10 million learners globally. We work closely with various stakeholders in the industry, which is our channel. And part of our channel includes enterprise. We work with various IT corporations who basically work closely with CompTIA by looking at the latest IT trends and help us create the certifications which we have today. There's a very rigorous process which we call the job task analysis, which then we are able to produce the IT certifications that we have. We also work closely with government departments in various countries. So government always looks for solutions on how they can upskill their IT workforce. And we have sort of like a three-tiered approach which we use to work closely with government helping them assess the skill gaps of the workforce, and also recommending the necessary solutions to get them certified. We work with private training providers who basically get accreditation to offer our certification and training and courses. We also work closely with academic institutions. This includes TVET colleges, academic universities who basically offer CompTIA courses to their students. And then lastly, the workforce. These are individuals whom do self-study and who take on CompTIA courses to get certified. All right, so as our topic highlights, I'm here to talk about bridging the digital skill gaps in TVET colleges, and there is a skill gap which still exists globally, and the skill gap is obviously between is basically focused on critical skills that are needed between digital skills by government, businesses, and organizations, and also what employees possess. You find that employees don't have the necessary skills that these stakeholders have. So the world is going digital, and IT is becoming a priority in every job role. However, not everyone is keeping up to what is required in the industry. Many young people lack the tech skills needed for modern jobs, and TVET colleges must evolve to ensure that they prepare the students for the future job roles. As I mentioned that we provide white paper research, I just wanted to highlight one of our white paper research that we launched this year about workforce and learning trends. So this really highlights what are the drivers of skills, of the skill gaps. And there's a number of points there that are listed, but what I wanted to touch on is the first point, which is skills development approaches, falling short with hard technical skills and data. Another one is higher ed, not adequately preparing students for the workplace. And lastly, it's the training curriculum not aligned with employer needs. So it really is a gap. And as an organization, so this is a serious challenge, and not just in Namibia, but in various regions that I work in. I see it as a trend whereby a lot of institutions are trying to catch up and introduce 4IR programs to make sure that their students have the relevant skills that are required in the industry. So TVETs have a huge responsibility to play, and they play a critical role in ensuring that they bridge the skill gaps. And also, the TVET colleges matter, and they are relevant in this day because of the growing demand of the skills that our learners need. So the TVET colleges matter because you are able to boost economic employment and economic growth, and offer practical skills that are really practical skills learning that really prepares the individuals for the work environment. Also, you are relevant because you are able to expand career opportunities and also promote inclusive education. So even to accommodate those students who don't have, finances to study, TVET colleges really play a vital role in that regard. Okay. So some of the challenges that I have on my slide today, the Deputy Director actually touched on them. And these challenges really are not only unique to Namibia, but we see them across sector and also in South Africa. And these challenges are limited access to devices and internet, curriculum mismatch, it's not aligned to industry trends, also teacher capacity. You find that there are colleges who have the infrastructure, but there are no teachers who have the skills to deliver the training, and the resources then just sit there idle, and this becomes a problem. Another challenge is the red tape. There's so many policies and regulations within TVET colleges, and even when they want to introduce something new, it just becomes a problem because the processes are so long. Another thing is funding. Funding is also another issue. And then lastly, language barriers is also another issue. So I'm glad that a lot of that was discussed by our Deputy Director, so I'm not going to go much into that. But some of the scalable solutions that we propose as a professional IT body is the alignment of the curriculum to industry certifications. So this then ensures that your students have the necessary skills that are benchmarked to the industry. Another thing about this is that in that way, your students are able to keep current with industry trends. As you know, technology constantly advances, so it's so important that what is presented to them is based on the current trends. Another solution is teacher capacity building. This is another one that is very important and that CompTIA supports. We have the Train the Trainer programs which we run as part of our value add to our partners. And I think this can be a solution that can be implemented. And even my past the colleagues who spoke mentioned this, that it's very important, and I cannot emphasize that enough. Another solution is digital learning platforms and hands-on labs. So if colleges don't have practical workshops where the students can physically apply their knowledge, online labs could be a good substitute for them to apply their knowledge. These labs, it could be simulations or virtual labs. And also, when you do implement projects, whether, the minister spoke about the projects that is going to be implemented, and ongoing projects that are to come, it's so important that you keep data of the students' programs, you keep record of the outcomes, so that going forward you can make data-driven decisions as to what has worked and what has not worked. And in that way you are able to see your return on investment. And then lastly, industry partnerships. These are very important, and also this has been mentioned, the partnerships through academia, corporate, government, very important to have that collaboration, but also to have a platform that really allows these stakeholders to communicate and to see what are the opportunities for collaboration. So from CompTIA, what we do is, in terms of TVET colleges, we partner with TVET colleges through our academic program, which really allows them to train and to certify their students in CompTIA courses. And in fact, to join the program is complimentary, and it's an annual program. Once you are a partner, you then have access to the full curriculum of our IT certifications. And these are obviously certifications that are globally recognized. Another thing is that these courses, once the students have done them, they are career ready. They are ready to do the job. I have testimonies of companies who have really spoke about the caliber of students that have done these courses, that they are able to do the job. I do have candidates from time to time who contact me who have their degrees and diplomas and who says their employers require an international certification. That tells you that because certifications are based on practical hands-on skills, they add so much value to prepare a candidate for the workplace. We also provide access to digital courseware that will prepare the candidates in the classroom. We support with curriculum alignment. We've worked with, in South Africa, for example, with the MICT CETA, we have an existing agreement, and through this agreement, they recognize our certifications as skill programs, as well as they award funding to partners who apply. And TVET colleges also have an opportunity to do that. So that agreement is so important, and I think it's something that can be done through the NTA and other stakeholders in Namibia. We also run Train the Trainer. We have an online global community which we call the CompTIA Instructor Network. This is more like a support group to upskill lecturers who deliver CompTIA trainings. So this is all complimentary and courtesy of CompTIA. We encourage trainers who come on board to access all the available resources and learn the best practices in preparing their students in the classroom. We also provide marketing. As a college, you will obviously get to a point where you have to market these courses to your students, so that we've got complementary marketing for that. And once you are a partner and you are ready to offer these courses to your students, this can be a revenue generating model for your college. Not only do you get to train your students, but you are able to open up the programs to professionals out there who are looking to upskill themselves, or companies who are looking to upskill their employees. And in that way, you are able to generate the revenue from the training that you'll be delivering. And then lastly, I mentioned that through the Academic Partner Program, we give you a full curriculum. No extra work required, really, because the instructor in the classroom is actually the main person who will be delivering the program. So we give him a full curriculum that includes lesson plans, presentation slides, etc., to help them get started. Now, to touch on to the products that we offer as an organization, these are all the certifications that are available through CompTIA. We have courses in infrastructure, in cybersecurity, in data and analytics. These courses are accredited by a body in the US, which we call the Standard Alliance, and they are ISO compliant. These courses are relevant, they are regularly updated, and they are internationally recognized. I won't go too much into them, but they are linked to job roles. For example, A+. A+ is worldwide recognized. It aligns to the technical support job role. And this is what really launches IT careers. That is what an individual needs to get at least an entry-level tech support job role. And I can go on and cover all of them, but because of time, I won't. So what we do is we provide you a full curriculum of each certification that you can deliver. And as a college, it's up to you to decide how long you want to run the courses for. Some colleges want to run these courses for a week for professionals in the industry. But for their students, they then try and integrate these certifications to their curriculum. Because CompTIA content is vendor neutral and it's not based on a specific product, in many countries it aligns perfectly with the existing curriculum. So what this does is, once the student gets to do both the international and the local, they are able to exit with a dual qualification, which then helps them to be more marketable for industry jobs. So really, really an added benefit for your students. So in terms of the pathway, you can see we have job roles, we have certifications ranging from entry level, intermediate level, as well as expert level. Now, in addition to the technical courses that I just showed you, we also do have some soft skills courses. These are short courses. They are not your international courses. These were designed for digital fluency and mainly for non-technical staff or people who want to upskill themselves. These are part of our essential products. And you will see we've got AI, business essentials, soft skills, cloud essentials, project management, and AI interaction essentials. So for individuals that don't want something that's too technical, but they want something that they can do just to learn those critical skills, they can do this digital course. It's about up 6 to 10 hours to complete, and on completion, the individual gets a certificate of competence. Now, in addition to the IT certification courses that we offer learning materials that support the learning in the classroom. And the good thing about these learning materials is that they are able to integrate in your Moodle LMS system. So we have a product called CertMaster Learn, which is all for knowledge acquisition. So this is our e-learning platform, which has your content, some additional features that makes the learning interactive in the classroom. We also have the labs, which include simulations and practical application, for practical application. So these are virtual labs and simulations. We also have CertMaster Practice. This is our exam prep tool, and this really is to confirm whether the student masters the concept and whether are they ready for their exam. So CertMaster Learn as well as CertMaster Practice. This comes with free instructor progress reporting. So as an instructor, you are able to keep track of the student's progress. Now, these products are available for classroom setup, which is instructor-led courses, as well as self-study. So you are able to cater for both students who approach you at your college, either or, whether it's self-study or virtually. And then we also do have printed books for colleges who still prefer the traditional way of learning, which is the hard book. We also do have that. Now, in terms of implementing, I know colleges always want to know, especially if it's a new course, how can they implement these courses within their curriculum? So first of all, we can have a plan and alignment. So we look at what you are currently offering, how we can map CompTIA certifications to what you are already offering. So that plan can take 4 to 6 weeks. It's about matching CompTIA skills to the current courses and also getting support. Where is the funding going to come from? Are the students going to self-fund the course, or is it going to be funded by a donor? Then phase 2 would be training and preparation. So it's very important that we upskill the instructors, and that's where CompTIA comes in. We upskill your trainers, make sure that they are well prepared to prepare the students well for the exams. Then we can launch the program. And you can start off as a pilot with a few number of students and allow the facilitator to deliver the training. And once that's done, they can run the program dependent on the time frame that the college has decided on, and then from there, the students can then go sit for their international exams. So the international exams are delivered through our test vendor, which is Pearson VUE. This is an online international exam that the candidates need to take. So if you are not a Pearson VUE center, we can locate one that is closer to your center as a TVET college, but also alternatively, they can test online. And the online option allows them to test from home, from your campus, anywhere, as long as there's a stable connection and a laptop that meets technical requirements. So from that point, once you've delivered the project, you are able to keep track of the students' progress. So the expected outcome once you are a partner and you deliver these CompTIA courses, really it's to increase a certified graduate of graduates per year. And like I said, the benefit for the graduates is that not only do they leave with a local qualification, but also an international one. As we know, job opportunities sometimes are limited locally, so they can look internationally and still get the same recognition for these courses. Another thing is placement rate improvements. So we know that unemployment is such a huge challenge in the industry. So these certifications that we offer are skills programs. So these gives a student an opportunity either to further themselves in IT and continue their learning, or they can start a business in IT because they've got the skills to repair laptops and so forth. Or they can look for a job in the industry. So that really helps to curb unemployment. Another thing is the increased number of instructor competencies. So through the program, you will find that more and more instructors will have the right skills to really, which meets industry trends. And also, we'll have sustainable training hubs established in the region, and these are through the various TVET colleges that will take on membership. And also, we will have digital inclusion, so important to allow everybody to have fair access to all the available opportunities. And lastly, confidence gap. A lot of students don't understand the value of certification, and it's so important for them to know how these can actually change their lives. If I look at the success stories of individuals who got into this with no idea what is before them, and today they've made something of their lives. So the more the students get to know about the value of certification, really it will build that confidence gap of them taking on the initiative of pursuing careers in IT. Yes, I'm almost done. Thank you. I think I'm just struggling with this. Okay, so another thing that I would like to talk about is just highlight a success story from Northling College. This is one of the TVET colleges that are based in South Africa, and they really have been a long-standing partner of CompTIA. They have integrated CompTIA certifications in their IT curriculum, and they are an authorized Pearson VUE testing center, but annually they certify over 100 candidates in these courses, and their model is solid because after training, the students are able to secure employment. So that's something that you can do as a college as well. Look for partners who can help place the students after the training. So with my last words, I would like to call on any TVET college that would like to partner with CompTIA, really to reach out to us. We are open for collaboration in supporting you with aligning your curriculum and also in upskilling your trainers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Grace. We really appreciate it. Any questions? We have one, two. Yes. We can start over there.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Grace, excellent presentation. I'm looking at, my question is on the accessibility to CompTIA programs. I want to, you mentioned that the target people here, these are the young people with lack tech skills. But I want to find out if a young boy, a young girl, in the street of Soweto, street of Katutura there, is able to have access to your program as a fundamental foundation before they advance to the A plus level. Or someone who is previously disenfranchised in IT basic foundation, from the village, from anywhere, with grade 8, grade 6, and because of a social disparity could not progress. So how do you get these young people to enter your program? And then the last question is, here in Namibia, you have NTA is working together with the Industry Skills Committee, which then enhance and advise NTA on what qualification that the market want, which the market dictated to them that this is what the market demand. How do you come up with your program? Who assists you? Which strategic partners that you work with in order to come up with this program, which are skill-based courses? Thank you.
Respond to that, or should we take the other question? Can you do it in one go?
I'll do it in one go.
All right. Can we just have the other question and then she'll do it in one go? We have one.
All right, thank you,
Then
Grace.
our last one here. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace, for your insightful presentation. Ms. Kanaihe from Veni to Places in the Omaheke region. What I wanted to comment is, you said that the world is going digital, but not everyone is keeping up with that. So I want to know, how do you foster for people with special needs? Because I remember when I did my field attachment at the school for the visually impaired, I had learners that had difficulty in computer studies as one as their subject, because the computers or the keyboards were not created in a way for them to type their work. So they were not friendly for them. So I want to know, how does your course foster for those individuals? And the other thing is, you said you have channels like enterprises, government partners. How do you foster for people with special needs? And I know we live in a world where we don't really have a lot of advocates for inclusive education, but I'm a proud one. Thank you.
One more question over here. You can just keep it brief. That's your response.
Sorry, we have a conversation with Ruben last night while we are having a Coke. And as our IT experts, we wanted to, in fact, we were planning to ask this question to you. As things are changing, especially now that we're trying to navigate between 4th AR to 5th AR, how is CompTIA positioning itself to support training institutions, particularly to move into courses that touch base on digital platforms, application development, Internet of Things, and in general, artificial intelligence? Because I think that is where we struggle quite a lot. Of course, even the courses that you are offering, we do not yet have many certification bodies. In fact, I don't think there is any in Namibia. And of course, that's where we started the conversation and the presentations that you have been having and trying to connect you to our training institution. But perhaps you can also tell us your projection in the future. How do you want to play in that space, particularly for the Internet of Things? Because we may have to skip some of the things that you have presented to us and move into the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, digital transformations, and because that's where the demand is as we speak. Maybe you can just speak to us as well on that. Thank you.
Great. I think there's one more. Should I leave it? I see there's one more person. Okay. Thank you for the questions. So I'll just kick off with the first question about how do we help students to enter the CompTIA programs. So as I mentioned in the beginning that we are a professional body. We are not a school, we do not offer any training. However, we provide the certification courses, curriculum, as well as the learning materials. We empower you as a TVET college to deliver the training on these courses. So your role would be to enroll, recruit, enroll, and facilitate the courses, and the students will go certify. I hope that answers your question. All right, so in terms of individuals, we find that there are students who are from rural backgrounds who have no IT exposure. In addition to the technical courses that we offer, we have a digital literacy course, which is really for, predominantly we use it from high school level all the way up. And it's really to prepare the student and expose them to digital literacy, giving them that background. And the good thing is we've got good packages and bulks on that package. And on the question of special needs, we do accommodate individuals who have special needs. I personally work with a partner who have students that are visually impaired, and they do the technical courses. So the digital products that we have, they do have some accessibility to a certain extent to accommodate students with special needs. Even when you go and test at a testing center, individuals with special needs can apply for accommodations so that when they test, they are able to make it through the process. And then also on the topic of 4IR, what are we doing in terms of emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, IoT, etc. So for that one, we have our entry-level course, which we call Tech Plus. Now, Tech Plus, before you step into A+, because A+ is quite comprehensive, Tech Plus covers your entry-level fundamentals in IT, your IoT, your programming, your cyber, your cloud, your coding, all at a foundational level, giving an individual a holistic perspective of what is available in IT. And from that point on, they are able to make an informed decision as to which route in IT do they want to take, because it is quite broad. So that's where most institutions start off, to really give the students a solid base, and then they move them on to more advanced courses such as A+. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, there's one last question. Very rapid.
So I just want to remind you, you are the person standing between us and lunch. We don't have to go to Walfish Bay, the scenic route. Straight to the point. Thank you very much.
All right. Good morning. I'm Betty Capolo from Nagale VTC. And I'm quite very sure that we are partner with CompTIA because we are offering programs into ICT. But I just want to learn from Grace or from CompTIA that you might have some institutions in Namibia apart from Nakayale that are also partners with you. What are the actual challenges that you have encountered that perhaps training providers are facing into accessing partnership, or be it into, offering standards that pertain to CompTIA's standards? Yes, those just challenges that you have experienced that our institutions in Namibia are struggling with to become partners, and to have certifications of the students that are doing ICT. Thank you.
Thank you. So some of the challenges that I've experienced through partners that are already accredited with CompTIA from Namibia, these include the curriculum alignment. So that's something that most of them want to do. However, because the NTA is the regulating body that mandates what they offer, they need to first make sure that everything they do is aligned to what the NTA does. So then it becomes a challenge. The other challenge is upskilling lecturers. Lecturers need to really upskill themselves before they deliver the training in the classroom. So that's another challenge, but it's not a challenge as such because CompTIA is here to hold your hand all the way. We provide you with the resources to getting your trainers certified, and then the trainer is able to deliver the course. Another thing I think is funding. Because these courses are not funded by a training authority yet, students then have to fork out money to pay for the courses. But really, if they do understand the value, they then see the worth of investing in the certification. So those are just a few for now. Thank you. Oh.
Just the last one, please. Okay. Again, my name is Kenneth Namolo. I'm coming from the funding division in terms of NTA. I just want to ask this. You see, in Namibia, we have the National Qualification Framework, which is a certification framework from NQA. Now, these international certifications, where do they fall on that framework? Remember, you can have a national certification, and then when you come and apply, your certificate must be kind of, put on that scale, in the national scale. Okay. And that would enable maybe other institutions, the likes of Social Security, NTA, to come into funding if the provision is to say this is a level 5 or level 6 on the framework, or does it not matter?
Okay. Thank you for that question. So this is similar to what we're doing in South Africa. What we've done is we've aligned A+ and Network Plus as well as Tech Plus through the MICT CETA, and they recognize our courses as skilled programs. So we have aligned A+ to technical support, Network Plus to system support. And obviously there is an equivalent, an NQF level equivalent number there, but because these are technical courses, they don't align to a full qualification. But there is the alignment that is done. So what has been done since there's a transition from the MICT CETA to the QCTO in South Africa, they now recognize these courses as occupational qualifications. And really, we have done that alignment. So a student who certifies or does any of those courses, they are credited with a certain number of credits for the course that they've completed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kusana, for the insights. Really, it was quite jam-packed. Once again, the fire hydrant. Definitely after this, we definitely need to engage and also get the ISC for ICT involved as well. With that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the questions, for the interactions. We really appreciate that. Now it's lunch. The next session will start at 2 o'clock. Huh? 2, as per the schedule, so we can even push it to 10 minutes past 2. With that, thank you very much. See you after 2. Where's lunch? So lunch, as you pretty much walk out that way on my left-hand side, you pretty much go out, and with the stairs down, lunch is served over there. And everyone's welcome for lunch. Thank you.
Shiwana. They would come 3 by 3. Tilengwa nemo tledi chabeng siponono seri kodi marameng swana tega le sisanyana kimoni tabaze uye kirati lengwa nemo tledi chabeng siponono seri kodi marameng swana tega le sisanyana kimoni tabaze uye kirati lengwa nemo tledi chabeng ela siponono seri kodi marameng swana tega le sisanyana kimoni tabaze uye tabaze
session will start in 3 minutes. Thank you.
Say
We would like to start. Can everyone please take their seat? We will start in the next 1 minute. We will start at 2:20. We will start in 30 seconds. Can everyone please take their seat? I would like to urge everyone to please sign the attendance register that's circulating. Once again, also scan the QR code to complete the conference evaluation survey before we start. Can everyone please sign the attendance register that's circulating, number 1. Number 2, please take this opportunity to scan the QR code and give feedback and complete the survey. There's an attendance register circulating. Please sign and pass it on to the next person. Also, can you please scan the QR code that's on the program to complete the conference evaluation survey? We would appreciate your feedback to improve the conference. I hope you enjoyed lunch. So, I think it's in Namibia. I actually want to say in my culture, but let me say it's a Namibian culture that when you eat, you have your rice, you have veggies, and then you have meat. Now, sometimes we see that if you haven't eaten, it wasn't food if there wasn't meat. That's point number 1. The other point that I'm trying to make is that you always leave the meat for last. You leave the best for last. Now, this session after lunch, this is a difficult one. This is the graveyard shift. But we've also left the best sessions, also one for last, to the presenters that's going to present. If you don't want to lose us, listening to you, give us that meat in your presentation. You need to cut that 50-slide presentation in half. Because with that nice food that we've been blessed with, it's you know what follows? Sometimes our eyes will close. Somehow it reduces the circulation. You just get tired. So give us that meat of your presentation so we can be with you the second half. We have to go through 4 presentations. So we're behind with 1 presentation. And if you look at the time, we are pressed for time. So please I'll be strict now. 10 minutes, boom, klar. I'm going to stand up and say, presenter, please, let's move. Questions, can you stick to the point? And also ask questions short and sweet so that it can be answered. And yes, once again, registration, the attendance register, please complete it. It's circulating. Please complete it and pass it on to the next person. And we need your feedback. Scan the QR code that's on the program. And please complete the survey. With that, we'll be talking about AI in action. AI is on everyone's lips nowadays. It's obviously changing the way we do things. And it also improved productivity. However, let's leave all of this to Georgina Cosmon, who's the advisor for digitization, educational technology, and e-learning with the GIZ and NTA, leading digital transformation across the national TVET sector. She has implemented large-scale capacity building programs in more than 50 institutions and advises on policy to shape sustainable digital strategies. She is also a PhD candidate in AI-driven knowledge management, and she is a certified systemic business coach. She will be talking to us about AI in action, leveraging technology for the TVET of tomorrow. Georgina, please join me on stage.
Good afternoon. My name is Georgina, once more. I'm seeing the room is a bit empty, and it's very tough. It's a tough crowd to be speaking after the lunch. I'm working as a digital ambassador for GIZ at Namibia Training Authority, but I started out at Nakayale VTC in the mighty Umsati region. I like to mention always my first home. So we will be speaking about leveraging technology, or more especially AI, for the TVET we want to see tomorrow. AI is on everyone's lips, like our facilitator has said, but how much do we really know about AI? Let me test your knowledge first. So bear with me for a small overview. If you look at those 3 robots of I have not engaged with AI yet, I have heard a lot, used it a little, or I have tested many AI tools. Which one of those robots are you? If you reflect on yourself. So if you are the green robot, I have not engaged with it yet, please snap your fingers. It's a safe space. We are all colleagues here. Please snap your fingers, it is okay. Few. If you are the blue robot who says, I have heard a lot, used it a little, please whistle. Okay. If you are the purple robot, please clap. That was quite a lot of claps, so many practitioners here. I'm proud. Let us start with the start, colleagues, because it's important to understand what we are talking about when we're talking about artificial intelligence. What actually is artificial intelligence? And mind you, colleagues, I've been giving this workshop since a year, and this first slide has needed to change quite often because we have been evolving and shifting and understanding what is AI and what can it actually do over the past few months so often. So right now, the status quo is that there is 3 types of artificial intelligence: narrow intelligence, general intelligence, and super intelligence. What is the differentiation? The first one is the narrow intelligence. Those are AI systems that are specialized in one task. Meaning, for example, your ChatGPT is one task, it's an assistant. Your Siri in your iPhone, which is a voice assistant, is also specialized in one task. The general intelligence or super intelligence is different. Here we come into a space where those systems are actually capable in reasoning and understanding and learning the same way like a human. So once that happens, colleagues, there is a shift, because now we start speaking about consciousness. That is the difference. We don't know when that shift happens, because in science we have not yet determined where is human consciousness coming from in the brain. We don't know as scientists. Is it coming from God? Or we don't know, humans are different from animals because of that consciousness, but where does it sit? How is it born? We don't know that yet. So that means we are kind of doomed, because we also don't know when is that shift going to happen. Where is it coming from? So that is something to keep in mind. This is also especially important because as from this year, 2025, AI has passed the Turing test. This is a test where a machine tries to determine, is a machine speaking or is a human speaking? Now AI can fool the machines. They passed the Turing test. We don't know anymore. Is it a human speaking or a machine? So that's why this is very important. Why it is also important is because there is a commercial race happening. You've heard from DeepSeek in China, obviously your OpenAI, who is the company from ChatGPT. Everyone is in the commercial race to reaching artificial superintelligence as soon as possible. Why? Because power. So we can just hope and pray, colleagues, that it's not one country only that reaches that superintelligence, because if that happens, effectively, it can overpower governments. So that is just something to keep in mind. So how speedy this commercial race is going, let me just tell you one story of what happened this month. In the country of Albania, the parliament has appointed their first AI minister. It doesn't mean a minister for AI, it means a minister made out of AI. Her name is Dela, and she's the Minister for Public Procurement. Because the Albanian parliament said no, we had too much corruption, and we need somebody who can't be bribed. Who can that be? So they said, what can we do? They appointed effectively from the 9th of September this month, few days ago, an AI minister, because an AI can't be bribed. An AI is based on data, so they will only analyze data. That was the thinking behind that. Let us move on to some vocabulary, because this is also important. When we talk about artificial intelligence, many times we mean ChatGPT, but artificial intelligence is just the umbrella term, right? So under that, or to reach artificial intelligence, there are many technologies there. For example, to reach that, you need neural networks, you need machine learning, you need deep learning as a technology to reach artificial intelligence. So only one category of artificial intelligence is generative AI. That is the one we mostly talk of. Generative means you are generating videos, images, text. And only under that you have large language models. That is one category of generative AI, like your ChatGPT and co. So that one is the one you know. Other types of artificial intelligence: autonomous driving, Facebook advertisement. You've all had this example where you open Facebook and suddenly there is an advertisement about something you just talked about, isn't it? Yes, those are the algorithms that they are now working on, or via artificial intelligence, crunching all the data you are putting into your phone and that you are searching in your Google search and so on, and then it brings the advertisement to you that fits you. Or obviously learning applications like, for example, a Duolingo app where we talk about adaptive learning management systems. I don't want to hold myself up too much on this slide because there's a long way to go. Let us look at LLMs especially. How do LLMs learn? Large language models, which is your ChatGPT, Perplexity, Claude, all of them. The first thing of how they learn is through large amounts of data. That is the reason why they are called large language models, because the amount of data and training data that is needed is massive. That is one of the reasons why OpenAI's ChatGPT is so much more famous than the others, because they have invested billions into training data and getting training data, more than the other companies. What does this effectively mean? So this is digitalized data, right? Maybe from your social medias, from blog posts, maybe digitalized books, maybe articles. So any digitalized form of data, of text, of speech from your YouTube videos, from our podcasts, gets into the training data. What that also means, colleagues, a lot of data is missing in those. Because not all knowledge of the world is digitalized, isn't it? So what about knowledge from our ancestors, knowledge about some medical herbs that we don't know of, we just know they work? So those are data and knowledge that are not part of that. This is just something I want us to keep us in mind. Another interesting thing about the data is there has been a study in 2023 that says they looked at how, from the perspective of which humans is ChatGPT talking? Because we always say ChatGPT talks like a human, isn't it? But which humans? And they saw ChatGPT talks closest to the values and cognitive concepts of USA. Which means if we rely on the answers of ChatGPT and we take those answers, we are taking cognitive concepts and cultural values from the USA. Which means we might undermine our own or not bring our own contextualized knowledge and cultural values in. So we need to be very careful what are we copying and where comes our own contextualized cultural knowledge in as well. Okay, once we have that training data, mathematical training happens, and this is key. LLMs are prediction models. What is a prediction model? Let me do a test with you. If I say to you, 2 + 2 is? Okay. The cat chases the? Yes. The sky is? The limit or blue. Very good. So, did you need to think about this answer? No, you just knew. This is how those models learn as well. Because they predict what is the most feasible word that should come next. This is how they build their texts. By crunching millions of texts, and they predict, okay, this is the most feasible answer. The same like you did just now. Lastly, there is feedback coming or fine-tuning. It's called from humans, not you as users, but from the developers. But as you all know, and as we have heard over and over again, is that hallucination and limits can happen. So LLMs do make mistakes many times. So we need to be very careful of what is the output we are getting. We need to be questioning our outputs. And we need to understand if those models speak like humans to you, that is just because they were trained to speak like humans. Because all their data comes from humans, from YouTube and podcasts and books and whatsoever. They sound like humans, but they are not, as you all know. They have never seen the sky. They just know the sky is blue because they read somewhere the sky is blue. Which means there was a study, colleagues, very interesting, where they tested that the more emotionally needy you prompt your large language model, the better is the output. So if I ask my ChatGPT, Chatty, please help me, I'm having a job interview tomorrow and I've been in debt since 3 months, so I really need to be good at this job interview and my kid is very hungry and soon is Christmas here, so please, I need a very, very good preparation for that. If I'm very needy, the output and the help I'm getting will be more. We don't really know why that is the case, but it is like this. So those are just some interesting facts here when it comes to those LLMs. Let me skip that one because I know I'm very sharp on time. How does AI impact learning and working? So let us get closer to what is TVET for us. So this is just an overview of a couple of normal work tasks that you see, where the blue points are estimated of how much time you would usually use, and the green points are estimated of how much time you use now or how much time decrease do you have. So in the labor space, we need to ask ourselves, colleagues, are we still paying people for 8 hours for time, or should we think about maybe looking at jobs based on their goals or their outcomes of what people do? So are we paying in time or rather in goals? And also, for what are we still hiring humans? What humans can do versus what machines can do. I'm not saying we don't need humans. I'm just saying we need to be very cognizant of what are the human qualities that we need and what do we hire them for. So when we talk about jobs, that is always the question in AI, right? The interesting thing is, speaking as of now, we don't really know what jobs will AI be taking. So let us look at a pastor. A pastor is safe from their job loss. Why? Having a robot delivering the speeches and the Bible aspects of, for example, wedding or marrying two people together, having a robot for this is the easiest thing you can develop. But do you want a robot to marry you together? No. We don't want that as humans. So the pastor is safe. Same as a child nurse. When my child is crying, for example, they have hurt themselves, a child nurse or a robot for a child nurse, for my child, I don't want that, right? So the child nurse is safe as a job. But, for example, a neurosurgeon, we know that a robotic hand is not shaky like our human hand, so for a neurosurgeon, for example, there will be definitely AI-driven tools that will enhance that surgeon and help that surgeon. So we are not very, very clear yet on which jobs will be most impacted, but, and now comes in TVET, what we are very clear of is, most affected jobs will be white-collar jobs, accountants, lawyers. The blue-collar jobs, or rather I call them blue overalls, they are safer. Which you can also see, for example, in some of the Western countries. In Germany, for example, I know that artisans, welders, carpenters, gardeners, they are so scarce that they are earning a fortune. You will not believe it. Let us talk more about the labor market. So if you look at those columns, you see that there's newbies, beginners, average, skilled, and expert people. So those are all the people we have in the market about one skill, isn't it? In any skill you can think of, you have newbies, you have beginners, you have experts, and so on. As an employer, you will want good people, but you most likely, because you need to cut costs or be cost cognizant at the beginning, you first hire the first three groups. Now that we have AI, we can get from one to the other faster than ever, because we can learn by ourselves. And you know, many times the colleagues are telling me, but we never got trained on things. And I'm always trying to tell my colleagues, it is 2025, don't wait for anyone anymore to train you. You can train anything by yourself and learn anything by yourself. How? Some examples. I can prompt ChatGPT, for example, give me any topic that you want to learn. Just one topic that you feel is like a trending, but you don't know about it. Anything. Green hydrogen, maybe. So, for example, I need to learn about green hydrogen fast. Act as a world-class expert and give me a crash course with the 5 most important concepts and real-world applications for the next 1 hour. Okay, so for the next 1 hour, I can converse. To test my knowledge, then I will ask, please converse with me like a private tutor and ask critical questions to test my understanding in green hydrogen. Boom. Now I will get assessed by my ChatGPT, by my Claude. Let me give you another example. Another topic you want to learn. Give me another topic, anything. Anything you're interested in? Acro processing. agro-processing. Assess, test, and analyze my knowledge in agro-processing? Agro-processing by asking me a series of questions and asking me to solve small real-world problems for 30 minutes. Okay, now I've done this 30 minutes, and then I ask to be assessed again. Identify the gaps in my knowledge and give me tips what I need to practice on to master agro-processing. Last example. Now let us think about the TVET guys, a skill, like a practical skill. Coated welding. I want to learn coated welding. Give me a 30-day learning plan that will help a beginner like me learn and improve the skill from home and without any special equipment. Colleagues, I don't think you're grasping what this means. This means as an individual, you can literally have the knowledge of a private tutor, of a business mentor, of a green hydrogen engineer in your pocket any day. You don't pay for it if you have internet. That means you can upskill yourself in levels you didn't know. That is revolutionary. That is the moment when you need to take a picture of this, because nobody will come for you. Everything must come for you from yourself from now. So to get champions. I'm getting there, Mr. Facilitator. I'm very sorry. Last slide. Let us talk about AI and TVET. So a first example that I want to mention in TVET, as in what are practical use cases I want to give into the room and I want to give into our TVET in Namibia. The first one is, and I'm happy that we will hear about this a bit further along the road today, virtual and augmented reality for skills training. Very important, especially if we look, for example, at renewable energy sectors. You can think about, for example, a simulation of a wind turbine. How do kids or how do the trainees learn to fix that? We can't send them up the wind turbine, they will die. So we first train them via a simulation. So that is something that is based also on artificial intelligence and then obviously done via virtual reality. Another example is, and this is the circle in the middle, and I've just heard about that last week from colleagues from Senai in Brazil. So I believe that is the counterpart of the NTA in Brazil, where they use AI to analyze the curriculum to then inform the updates of the curriculum. So the way this circle goes, colleagues, is that you will have industry data, let's say from the industry skills committees, right? That industry data is taken by an AI, analyzed, you feed the AI with the current curriculum, the AI will check, okay, the recommended things, they are not really in the curriculum. Let me say this and this needs to be updated. Now, a national committee, being it your industry skills committee or being it any type of TVET national committee, takes those recommendations from the AI, says, okay, reviews it, yes, this one we can take, this one we cannot take, and then based on that, they update the curriculum. You can have updated curriculums every year. They have updated curriculums like this every year. Those updates, they are basically yearly going into the cycle to the trainers and teachers in Brazil, for example. So those are some of the things we can think of. The picture on my right, video analytics. So think about assessing trainees. If they need to fix something, we can now think about filming those trainees, taking this video, asking the AI, is the trainee fixing the thing correctly? Through video analytics, the AI will tell you, yes, the trainee, no, they overlooked a step here, there's supposed to come another step here. So this is assessment. Another example, RPL, recognition of prior learning. When a person comes to me and says, no, but I'm coming from the industry, I know this and this and this, now, okay, show me. And if I'm not an expert, me myself, who need to assess that person of the RPL, why don't I take video analytics via AI and ask the AI, is this person good in what they're claiming that they're good at? What would you recommend? What skills are they still lacking? Recommend. No. Last but not least, I'm finishing. The generative AI, we are remembering the large language models, content creation of teaching material, our own upskilling of ourselves to get up to date of what the industries need from us, and obviously even career guidance. Remember, an LLM, a ChatGPT can be your own coach. People are using it even as a friend nowadays. So what you need for that last point, the generative AI usage in TVET, is this, and I leave you with that. Learning how to prompt like a pro. 21st century skill, immensely important. And how to do that? That is a topic for another day. Thank you very much.
Wow, wow, wow. Thank you very much for that. Any questions? Are we still processing? Right. This means you did a very good job. There's no question. Oh, there's one. But please clap, clap. Thank you. All right, we have one question there at the back, another one here, and that's the two. Thank you. So we'll take both questions, and then, Georgina, you can answer them.
Thank you very much. Okay, my name is Tanaka, and I'm a mechanical engineering student at NAST. So with regards to AI, something that we as, let's say, university students are still getting used to, are there any, let's say, collaborative efforts that exist to, let's say, partner up with institutions, let's say, from abroad, who are doing active research in artificial intelligence in order to help, let's say, developing spaces to enhance the people there to know more about artificial intelligence, and just like your last slide, do it like a pro, like prompting pro-based, in that regard.
Second question?
The next question is over there, the mic.
Oh, thank you very much for a very good presentation. Approaching this subject, we are all not yet familiar, as the other speaker said. The main question I have is, we are from private institutions, let me say even from NTA, and I think we have our governing bodies, our controlling bodies, which is NTA, NQA, and CHE. I hope they're here. You spoke about developing courses. Somebody said, let's say green hydrogen. We are, as private institutions, going out there on GTB and say, can you give me an outline of a certificate in green hydrogen? It comes, well, you are doing your program accreditation. But what we have realized is, from subject matter expert, the first thing they'll ask you, where did you get it? From ChatGPT. That's not acceptable. So I don't know, where are we going to accept, or whether, maybe it's not you to answer. We have NTA and QA. Why are they refusing to accept programs which are developed from ChatGPT? No, that's my question. Thank you.
Okay, let me start from the back maybe so that we can just go backwards. So there are a couple of things that are interesting here. The first one is, I'm seeing many times that teachers and trainers are saying, oh, but it's easy to pick up when the trainees or the students are using ChatGPT because they are just having the same answers, or you can somehow see it's ChatGPT that wrote this, not the student. Colleagues, I have to tell you that is only because the students have not learned yet how to prompt well. Because right now the students, they just take the assignment, they put it in chat, and that's their work.
as soon as they learn how to prompt well, the show is over for us. That I can tell you. So that is one aspect. The other aspect is, the gentleman was saying, how do we know if somebody is good enough when, for example, you take a certificate from Chad, for example. So I give that back to you and to many of us here in the room, because many of us are educators. How do we assess in the age of AI if somebody is good? And the answer is very simple, more simple than you think. How did we do that back in the day? We used to tell them, do your presentations, come and debate in front of the class, argument, form a critical opinion, defend your opinion. All those old school things that we moved away from are getting more critical than ever. Because why should a trainee or a student still come to the university? They should come for what they can do only when they are together, which is debating, which is forming an opinion, which is discussing. They don't need to come to listen to a teacher. They can be anywhere to listen to a teacher. They don't have to be in the building, isn't it? Knowledge is everywhere, out there, on your Moodle platform, wherever they are getting their courses from. So why should they come to the university, to our TVET centers, for the things that they can't get online, for the human critical things that we need them to know? Moving on to the gentleman in the back. Almost done. Okay, 1 minute. Okay, I think I didn't have much notes on that. It was about if we can collaborate, if there's collaboration opportunities or something like this already in the country. So I don't know many. I know there's a project between, I think, Namibia, Ghana, and Finland, which is called TVET, but it's mostly based for higher education, not so much in TVET. Then we have our very own Yeni AI in Namibia, which is AI tutoring for educational institutions that they offer. So this is a Namibian-based AI tutoring organization. But one last thing that you mentioned is learning how to prompt. I will just give that again back to you. Colleagues, ask ChatGPT, hi ChatGPT, how do I use you best? Please teach me how to use you better. Prompt the ChatGPT how to prompt. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Regina. That's really insightful. Please ask ChatGPT anything. Wow, that was so insightful, and really we're just scratching the surface. That's all we are doing here, and there's so much knowledge and she can go so deep into that topic. But yes, I think we need another IT session just to really do a deep dive, or breakaway sessions rather, to really do deep dives in some of these topics. Moving on, I don't want to waste your time. I would like to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Erki Haipinge. He's a senior lecturer in technology-enhanced learning and the Deputy Director of E-Learning and Learning Design at the University of Namibia's Center of Innovation in Learning and Teaching. He has led the university's transition to blended and online learning, developed key e-learning and AI-related policies, and implemented hybrid learning for the new curriculum. His publications focus on digital learning, 21st century skills, and quality assurance in higher education. He'll be taking us on a journey of e-learning experience, implementing Moodle for scalable and impactful delivery. Mr. Haipinge.
So back and forth, okay.
15 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Director of Ceremony, and the protocol already established. And thank you for the previous presenter for taking over the graveyard spot from me. Like a true academic, my slide is quite loaded, but I'll find a way on how to scale it down a little bit. As a university, I was a bit concerned about this presentation, given the nature of the audience, that this is NTA, TVET, the TVET-oriented educational field. And perhaps there could be questions on what lessons can we learn from a typical university. So what I'm here to do is to share the experience that we have had in implementing Moodle as a learning management system, which I'm sure a lot of TVET institutions are either considering or already using. So it's really note comparison and sharing of experiences. So in a nutshell, I would like to address how we conceptualize what we are terming e-learning excellence. Also share with you, there are a lot of e-learning and learning management system platforms out there. Why did we opt to chair or to select Moodle as an option for us? I will also go through a bit of the history of how we started with Moodle, where we have been and where we plan to go with it. I will also share how, because Moodle at our institution, although we collaborate with our IT department, it is in a center called the Center for Innovation, Learning and Teaching, which is an academic support center, which supports academics on how to integrate and use e-learning in their teaching. So I would also share how we provide such support, but also the different delivery modes that an institution uses and how Moodle is used to support that. I would also give an example of some institutions that we have collaborated with that have engaged the university as a benchmark or as peer to learn from, and some challenges also that we have experienced on the way, and what you can consider to be sort of mechanisms to measure your maturity as you go along if you are implementing Moodle. So as far as how we conceptualize e-learning experience, we feel that we look at e-learning as a vehicle to support us in implementing effective learning and teaching. So we look at e-learning as an innovation that can help us to continually evolve the quality of our teaching and learning. We also look at e-learning as a pedagogical solution where we can align technology with our pedagogical needs. E-learning for us is also a strategic tool that can help us to implement our strategic objectives as an institution. And most importantly, we also make use of e-learning as a technology to enhance the quality of the student learning experience. Not to bore you with theories, but it's important for me to share where our student learning experience idea is coming from. Beckendorf, Ruhanen, and Scott have come up with a framework on how to conceptualize or think about the student learning experience, and you have a lot of factors. Some of them are outside the institution's control. For example, you have student factors, you have external factors, but our focus is really on the factors that are within the institution and the outcomes that we expect to then effect. And if you look at them, such as, for example, outcomes of engagement, retention, student progression, how students are satisfied with their learning, enhancing their opportunities to enhance their employment feasibility, all those can be supported or enhanced using e-learning. And that is foundationally why we have adopted it. So what are the reasons why we adopted Moodle? First of all, there's a cost proposition or argument that because it's an open source platform, it's less cost on the institution, although there are additional costs such as you need to have competent people who know open source and how to customize it. There's also the advantage of having the autonomous administration, the ability to store your own data on your own servers rather than having it stored on a cloud somewhere else. And it's also a continually evolving platform with a strong community of support of developers and educators. One of the reasons why Moodle is adopted by a lot of institutions globally is that there's a lot of collaboration between the IT people that develop the software as well as the actual educators who use the software to teach. And that marriage or that interaction helps to make it more responsive to the needs of educators. There is also a pedagogical reason that we have particular policies that are proposing how our teaching should look like, which that the student need to be at the center of the learning, they need to be actively involved, and Moodle as a platform supports that. There are some platforms that are more teacher-oriented. In other words, the idea, how it's set up, it promotes the idea of a lecturer maybe recording and streaming or pushing out the content to the students, and all students do is consume. But Moodle has got, I think, the previous presentations, you have seen how the tools within Moodle enable students to create, to collaborate, and so on. So there's also the pedagogical reasons why we opted for it, but we also have a strategic reason why we opted for Moodle, that we have an idea of digitalizing our learning and teaching, but also ensuring that when we transformed our curriculum, for example, we ensure that most of the programs, or all our programs, are delivered on the blended, which means apart from the face-to-face teaching, we also have online learning, and for that we do need a platform that can support that, and we found Moodle to be useful. Now, in terms of the history, how we started, we actually started quite slowly. First of all, with a piloting. We actually used Moodle, first of all, to support ODL, the delivery of our programs through distance learning. So in year one, we first started with implementing what we call flipped classroom, where lecturers would record their lectures and then they are delivered through Moodle. And then with our distance students, we first only implemented it with assessment, where students, instead of sending their assessments through the post, through NAMPost and through ordinary post, or going to a nearest campus and deposit them there, we actually then transitioned that for them to submit their assessments or assignments online. And later on, we also piloted where some faculties actually provided some of their programs to be delivered fully online. It's just happened that because of those initial work that was done, when COVID-19 came in 2020, we actually managed to cope better with it because of the work that we had done foundationally. So as far as where we are going now, with the curriculum transformation that we have just achieved at the university, we have implemented blended learning, so all programs, all courses have got a presence online. And as far as going forward, we would also like to embed e-learning within the whole institutional strategic digitalization process, not to have e-learning as a separate, as we have heard from the Deputy Director who presented earlier, that we tend to have this fragmentation where you have digitalization happening maybe in learning and teaching, but then it's not happening, let's say, maybe in finance, where students are still expected to come on campus and make the payment while learning is online. So as part of that institutional digitalization process, that's where we are heading, to ensure that e-learning is not just a component of one of the businesses of the university. So if we then have to sketch our progress in terms of the maturation process, we would say that we started off by almost identifying a particular key business process at the university, which was the assessment of students in ODL. and then supported that activity with e-learning, but later we moved it by selecting some programs. Eventually we went to ensuring that all programs have got online support or presence and delivery, and where we are moving towards, the last step is where we have started now moving towards, which is to ensure that e-learning is part of the whole integrated digitalization strategy. So the modes of delivery that we have at the university, the blended mode that I'm referring to is that programs still can have presence in the classroom, which means students can still come to campus and have their teaching done. But then there are also activities that are happening online. But we also have programs that are fully delivered online, and we do still have programs that are offered at a part-time where students actually do autonomous learning and they only come on campus once a semester. As far as the environment is concerned, we have integrated various plugins or third-party software within Moodle to enhance the learning experience of the student. And those include an e-portfolio platform called Mahara. And the idea is to encourage metacognition, but also collaborative learning and reflective learning. We have integrated another open source platform called Big Blue Button, which helps with video conferencing within Moodle itself. Students do not need to go outside of the platform, such as what happens when you use, for example, Teams. We used to have Panopto, which is a video recording platform. We no longer make use of it because we feel that Microsoft Teams also plays that role, and it's part of the Microsoft package. We have an OS ticket to support students. We have replaced Ukund with Tenitin, which is for academic integrity. And of course, Zoom is more for video conferencing and meetings. So as far as benchmarking is concerned, when UNISA was moving away from its previous LMS on its course to adopt Moodle, we collaborated through the collaboration with Adapt IT to help them in that transition. We have also worked with the Copperbelt University in Zambia. We have collaborated with the University of Turku in Finland, sharing practices on how to enhance our use. We have helped Velvicha University in actually adopting Moodle. We have had consultations with Nakale VTC, and we also supporting the Namibia Estate Agents Board, again with digitalization of their practices. Now, I'm moving towards the end, Director. Just quick notes on the issues that we came across when we were implementing. Of course, there were some cultural issues. People were used to doing things in particular ways. And those also include digital competency issues and also organizational issues. But we found ways on how to address each of those. I'm sure you could have a look at the slides on your own. We also had challenges, for example, with storage capacity, because as you continue to use the platform, content and storage facilities become a challenge. Additional investment was needed to do that, to address that. Support issues, especially as you roll it out and more people start using it, you may need more support, and we had to capacitate and increase our support staff who are providing the technical support. And as far as the provision of support, we do have what we call passive support, where users can actually access user guides on their own. We also have active support where we provide training, live training or recorded. And we also continually measure or gauge the satisfaction level of both our students and lecturers. And it actually does help us to identify or gauge where we are as far as the maturity of our implementation is concerned. For example, if the queries that we receive, challenges that people are experiencing when they are making use of the platform, if they reduce, then it does show that people are now comfortable with the platform. If the number of tickets that we receive go down, again, that's an indicator. And also sometimes there is apathy towards attending training, but sometimes you can also reach a maturity level where people no longer need such training. So in a nutshell, that's what the time I have to share with you, the experience that we have at UNAM, but I'm open for any contributions or questions. Thank you.
The floor is open for questions. We have 1, 2, 3. 3. All right, we can start. Where's the roaming mic? Can you please have the roaming microphone so we can take our questions? Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. My comrade Erki, I've not heard you speak of the challenges on the other side in terms of this digital learning and teaching. Remember, you have the students who are coming from Omwaria to Tina, that is in Windhoek, where the network is not so good. How did you manage with that one? Secondly, the actual device for the trainees, did you leave it to NASFAF or to the parents to come on board in terms of that? Because us going forward into this era, I think that will be the major issue that we are leaving behind. How did you manage that one as UNAM?
Yes, please.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. My brother Obed, in recent times, students often find this module platform a challenge. When you come to navigation and scaling, which can lead to performance issue, like slow loading times and the system crashes. Oh, Eric Haipinge, sorry, yeah. So the issue like slow loading times and the system crashes, which can have a delay in sometimes submitting this assignment and school works. And now you are talking about moving forward, you expect all your qualification to be online. So how is UNAM addressing these challenges? This is the first question. The second one, when you are going to, the second one is from the premise of looking at the old traditional way of training and learning and teaching. I'm saying this is so that we perhaps, and it's a proposal, that we blend all of them, e-learning and the old way of doing things. Because naturally human, we are social, and I'm sure there are some programs that need social interaction. We should not abandon it completely. Again, if you do that, it will also create our unemployment rate is already high, but now if you put all that on e-learning, we will create more unemployment. Thank you.
I would be interested in the instructional design approach that you are taking, because we've heard in the morning from our other colleague, Richard Powers, that how can we expect from teachers and trainers to develop maybe for multiple learning styles the content. So how did you go about that? Is it that each lecturer at UNAM is a certified instructional designer, or do you have instructional designers who support them, or do they already need to come with a certain qualification, otherwise they can't be online lecturers? How is the approach there for content and course creation?
Okay, mine, I want to ask, just for experience sake, being also, we are asking from Nagale VTC, and we have experienced a bit of challenge when we started with Moodle, where we are using Big Blue Button. I want to learn from Mr. Aipinge if they have also experienced problems with login when it comes to using Big Blue Button, and what is that they have done. I have noticed that you have also indicated that you are using what is this? Zoom. Could it be perhaps the reason that you plug in Zoom, because you had challenges also with a Big Blue Button? Another one, we are experiencing a bit of a stumbling block in terms of implementing programs on blended distance mode. Mainly because when we started, we did not perhaps look at changing the wording in the curriculum as it was registered on the framework, from it indicating face-to-face to blended. So now when we approach the regulatory frameworks, we are being told that the programs that you are offering on blended distance learning are actually supposed to be only introduced or implemented on face-to-face. UNAM, when you started earlier in your earlier stage of implementing model, did you consider changing that with NCHE first before you implement, or were you initially already having your programs registered as visual, blended, online, distance? I just want to learn from you on that aspect. Thank you.
I think that's enough for now. Okay.
Can we take it?
Yeah, no, I think we should just have all of them. Or should we have another round?
One more question, and then you'll answer everything. Thank you. Sir, can I please just ask you just to be brief? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity given. My name is Evans Inchindo from Zambezi Vocational Training Center. My question is on the assessment tool that we use to assess if the lecturers are doing a good job or not. Because there might be issues that may come up in terms of instructions through Moodle. So how do we assess if the lecturers are doing a good job or not? Do you have any assessment tool attached to this? That's my question.
Okay. Thank you so much for the questions. Starting with my brother Keith at the back. You mentioned the other side. I don't consider it to be the other side. I think that's the central side, the students, because everything that we do in institutions of educational training, it's for the benefit of students. Now, as far as students who may be deprived, who don't have access, I think that is quite well known. A well-known fact that most of our students are coming from marginalized backgrounds, and therefore access to either devices or connectivity is a challenge. What the university has done is, yes, part of the NASFAF, we did have an arrangement where students can actually access or source devices such as laptops through their loans. But as far as connectivity is concerned, we do have a mechanism where students receive internet dongles at registration, which they can then make use of whichever device that they may have. It could be a laptop, it could be a mobile device, which then addresses the issue of connectivity. They do receive, I think by now, 15 gigabytes of data every month, which really does go a long way in addressing that challenge. The university also ensures that students who may not have devices of their own have facilities at each campus, such as computer labs in either libraries or computer labs where they can access and have such devices. Of course, challenges do remain, but we do have to start somewhere, and sometimes challenges of this nature does push the institution to then find solutions when you have already started with a process that requires students to have access to certain devices of that nature. Challenges of Moodle, for example, slowing down or crashing, I have to say that that is something that we are very familiar with, because when we started with implementing Moodle, we did experience a lot of that, and it usually has to do with the capacity of the infrastructure, like the hardware, the servers, the server environment that one has, and so on. So we did address it by simply investing more in our capacity to accommodate the traffic that we had of the student population that as it continues to increase. And to the point where we experience less and less of that. What we normally experience now, challenges of that nature, is towards maybe the end of each semester when a lot of lecturers are conducting online assessments. But there are still solutions such as load balancing which can be done in order to address that. So there is no better solution than just investing more in enhancing the capacity of the institution's facilities in order to address a solution such as, a problem such as crashing of the systems when students are using them. I think there's a misunderstanding when it comes to blended learning. When we say a program or a course is blended, it means both modes, face-to-face and online, are present. So when I say that we have adopted a blended mode for our programs, it doesn't mean that we don't have face-to-face engagement available any longer. Blended by its nature means you have two modes that are mixed. So the usage of the face-to-face is now maximized to focus on the social interaction that students still need. And there are also topics, when you go to any lecturer, they would acknowledge that there are some topics within their curriculum which are best delivered face-to-face. But also opportunities such as the previous presenter who mentioned that there is still a need for students to demonstrate some skills where they can actually defend and present some of their assessment in person. And in fact, one of the ways in order to address challenges of plagiarism and the use of AI is to require students to do viva voce, to present what their understanding is in front of the lecturer themselves. So we still maintain the face-to-face in-class teaching. It's just that it's supplemented by online teaching. And of course, lecturers make the decision on which topics or which courses are best delivered online and which aspects need to be reserved or maintained in the face-to-face context. Instructional design, within our center, we do have learning designers specifically employed to support lecturers. So what they do, they provide both guidance support as well as training. They don't necessarily do the work on behalf of lecturers, but they capacitate lecturers on how to design and deliver their courses in a more learning design, following learning design principles. So our calendar, we have a training calendar that goes from basically for the whole academic year, and these learning designers provide that kind of support and to address issues, including those that were mentioned in the earlier presentations. I think Nakayale just needs to come back to UNAM so that we can collaborate more on the challenge that you have with Big Blue Button. I think maybe this is something that we can, of ceremonies, we can address this maybe on a networking outside of this session, given the time, to just get the exact nature of the challenge that you have with Big Blue Button, so that we can help you, because we have quite a rich experience on the use of Big Blue Button in video conferencing within Moodle that I am positive that my technical team will be able to assist with that. As far as accreditation of programs are concerned, I think it does explain why we started with our distance programs in the use of e-learning, because they were already approved to be delivered at a distance. So when we brought in Moodle, it was just to enhance the support and the teaching of a program that was delivered or approved on a distance anyway. So technology is more like a platform to support the learning at a distance, which actually enhances more support from the lecturer, continuous engagement, and it reduces student isolation and all the other aspects. But the curriculum that we have revised now, we have presented it to the accreditation bodies as blended right from the beginning. So when it gets successfully approved, which we are confident it would, it was already presented as such. And finally, on assessing lecturers, whether they are doing a good job, I think this is also a question that's a bit vague that I think I'll engage further with the colleague who posed the question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ita. Appreciate it. Sorry, hyping. So yes, some very interesting and insightful questions that also came, and I think it was handled very well. Yes, I just want to remind everyone the attendance register that's circulating. Can we all please just sign it and make sure that you have your name written down? If it's not here anymore, even there at the back, there's at the table where the NTA team is sitting, you can also sign the attendance register over there. In addition to that, in the program, there's a QR code. Can you please scan the QR code to complete the conference evaluation survey? And really to give feedback to the organizers on areas where that stood out for you and areas where they can potentially improve. So, yes, Mr. Bierkes, that meat that I ate, it's getting the best of me now. I would like all of us to stand just for 5 seconds. Can all of us quickly stand? Can you turn to your left and put your hands on both hands on the shoulders of the person standing right in front of you or behind, next to you? Can you just give him a 2-second massage? 1, 2. Please return the favor. I just want to prepare us for the last 2 sessions. Please turn to your right and return the favor. Well done. Thank you. Thank you. You may have your seat. You may have your seat. We have 2 more sessions. Now we are all ready. Blood's flowing again. Re-energized. The next speaker on our agenda is Mr. Orbit Hitta, and he's a seasoned ICT strategist with over 10 years' experience in leading digital transformation and workforce readiness initiatives in Southern Africa. He is currently at Telecom Namibia, and he drives programs aligning talent development with national digital goals. With a background spanning engineering and HR, he contributes to national skills development through roles with NTA, SATA, and NSI. With that, he'll be covering the topic, the role of the integrated digital skills strategy in transforming TVET. Now, Mr. Hitta is joining us online. And Mr. Hitta, I just want to inform you that we had a long day. We had an awesome lunch. This is a very difficult session, especially when it's still virtual. And I would like to ask you if we can, that 50 slides that you have, can you just summarize it to 25? We want to eat the meat of your presentation. And then the last one, we want the dessert. The last speaker, we want the dessert to bring it home for us. So, Mr. Hitta, can you just spend 10 minutes, please, on your presentation, get to the crux of the matter, and then we'll take questions from there. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Director of Ceremony, Mr. Gerhard Sneijder. I will abide by the protocol that has already been established by the team. As we have heard, my name is Obed Grand Hater, currently working for Telecom, but also currently serving on one of the industry skills committee, that being ICT and media. In the past, I think it was called Post and Telecom. So now it's called ICT and Media. It has a very long name. So, but the crux of it is ICT and Media. Having said that, since the director of ceremony said I must summarize the slides into 10 or into 25 rather, I have nevertheless summarized them into 23. And as you have heard, my topic today is basically the role of the integrated digital skill strategy in transforming TVET. Now, as you might all be aware, the digital age is upon us. And let me also start with a quote from our president, which is right there at the bottom, that says, we are too few to be poor. And we will keep on repeating that until the situation changes. Now, in terms of digital transformation, before the advent of COVID, we were all saying digital transformation is very far. And that's what we've been saying all along. But unfortunately, COVID came and resetted everything. And as a result, digital transformation is no longer something that is somewhere in the future. It is right on our doorsteps. Now, the speed with which the digital disruption that we are facing is coming, it's very extraordinary. Some of the things that we used to do in hours or days, now we can even do them in seconds. Obviously, the evidence of that is everywhere. Closer to home, we have Yango and InDrive and all those guys. But yet the owners of the apps are not the ones that own the vehicles. We have Airbnb and the world's largest accommodation provider, but it doesn't own any real estate. And then we have Skype, WhatsApp, etc. They don't own any infrastructure. The same applies to Facebook. Facebook, they are very popular, create no content, but yet they are there. Alibaba, the same with Amazon. You have Netflix, which is very well liked by the ladies, which is the largest movie house, but they don't own any cinemas. And then we have Apple and Google, largest software vendors, but yet they don't develop apps. The apps are being developed by us and our youngsters. Now, the fourth industrial revolution is creating a demand for skills and new competencies. And obviously, with that come certain uncertainties, because people now think that jobs are going to die and they will be unemployed and so on. But on the other hand, those of us in the TVET space, we need to rethink the whole TVET model, if I may call it, especially in view of the fourth industrial revolution, because TVET plays a very, very crucial role in preparing for the fourth industrial revolution. And if there is one sector that can sort of benefit and contribute a lot in terms of the fourth industrial revolution, then it is the TVET sector. Which brings me to the fact that we are at a crossroads. We are at a crossroads, and because we are at a crossroads, in terms of digital transformation, I will just quickly, just closer to home, I mean, you have, for example, somebody called Selma who finished her studies at one of the VTCs. She's in the village, but before she only had the traditional skills, meaning welding, and her tools. She had no online presence and all of that. And because of that, the clients that she could get are the clients that are just around her in the village there. And at the same time, even in terms of preparing quotations and all of these things, she had to do it, with pen and paper or manually. Apart from the close circle to her, there's no one else that will know her. And then obviously in the neighboring town, there could be bigger workshops where people could go. But unfortunately, they can't go. They are competing with her. And that obviously means that these skills that she has is actually trapped in some analog constrained situation. Now, mirror that against Selma, that is digitally enhanced. She got some basic digital skills. Now she could create some social media accounts for her little welding business. Now she has online presence. Obviously now it means she can be found by anybody and everybody. And that means because of that, she can now use some tools to do some designs. She can use some online marketing and social media and all of that. And then obviously payments could be done digitally. And then she joins the local marketplace, and even she could even get regional contracts. And that actually means she's still the same Selma that did the same trade at a vocational training center, but she's digitally enhanced. But now her potential has increased tremendously. Now we have a digital divide in the country, which we cannot run away from. And because of that digital divide, which is a national challenge, we are training the youngsters in mostly the traditional skills. But the economy is now digital, and that creates a gap. The world that we knew before COVID, the world that we knew before 13 March 2020 in the Namibian context does not exist anymore. What we are sitting with now is a 36.9% overall employment rate. If you go and if you break that down to those that are 15 to 24, which is normally your average TVET student, it's 40%. In the rural, the picture is even worse. And when you look at the digital literacy gap that we have, the TVET graduates, and here I'm also speaking from personal experience, because at Telecom Namibia, we also onboard quite a big number of TVET graduates for apprenticeships and for internships and job attachments, etc. The TVET graduates that are digitally proficient account for about 30%, while on the other hand, the employers that are saying there's a digital skills gap are saying 80% of these students that are coming have that skills gap. So that means when it comes to digital literacy, it is no longer a luxury. This is a necessity for employment, for job creation, for starting a business, etc. Now, in terms of the industry itself, yes, it's true. A big number of the TVET graduates don't have the necessary digital competencies. The traditional skills that they have is no longer enough for the fourth industrial revolution jobs that we are now facing. And then in terms of adaptability, technology, they need to adapt technology. I mean, we get situations where some of the TVET graduates actually struggle with technology, and as a result, some of the organizations and companies that are technology intensive then take them through additional training. So, which means we want, as employers or as the industry, we want them to bridge. We want to bridge this traditional and digital skills. Now, are we able to transform this high unemployment rate and reduce it? Yes, we can. I mean, we can do that with the digital opportunity that is there. We are able to make sure that no Namibian youth is left behind. by giving them more of the digital skills to open more opportunities for them. Now, your traditional TVET approaches, as I already alluded to, are a little bit misaligned with what the industry requires. If you, for example, you are teaching a diesel mechanic the traditional diesel mechanics, and there is no digital diagnostics, then you know that is almost the same as teaching somebody how to fly without any maps or navigation without any maps. So, which means it's quite limiting. Now, in terms of challenges, I mean, when it comes to challenges of what we are talking about, the outdated training focus. Yes, yes, the traditional skills are important for the foundation, but we must realize that we need to further equip these students with digital skills. Yes, we know there is a skills technology gap. A lot of the vocational training centers don't have the technology and all of that, which requires you to train on the new 4IR related skills. And then we have a digital limitation. There's a digital limitation, and that speaks to, in terms of our TVET trainers, in terms of digital skills, they need to be upgraded. In terms of digital infrastructure, including the rural areas, the high unemployment rate we have already talked about, I've already mentioned. The low digital literacy outside urban centers, I mean, is very concerning. Now, in terms of transformation, what is required, we need to introduce at some of the centers. It doesn't have to be at all the centers. At some of the centers, we need to introduce ICT certifications. We need to introduce cybersecurity courses and so on, because those, if somebody has done some of those things, they become even more marketable. Obviously, in line with what they are studying, AI and big data, IoT integration. I mean, if I just give you an example, for example, somebody who has done electronics or instrumentation, instead of just sticking to that, they can go further, being able to install alarms, being able to work on SCADA, and things like that. And then obviously the whole issue of instructor upskilling and so on, which is also very important, because at the end of the day, they need to carry that torch within the institutions. Obviously, there are opportunities which are there. But what is also clear is we need to move away from yesterday's training and do training preparing for the digital era that we are in, to be able to address the unemployment and also to position our youth for success and outside the country. Now, when it comes to this monster of the 4IR challenge that we are facing, there is a system misalignment. We have, on the one hand, we have the traditional TVET approach, which focuses on manual skills, processes, etc. But it has limited digital integration.
Can you bring it home? Can you use the last 2 minutes to bring it home for us, please? Thank you. You've got 2 more minutes. Thank you.
Yes. And then there is the issue of the demands. On the other hand, what the for industrial revolution demands. In terms of agriculture, we need expertise in precision farming technologies, for example, and these TVET graduates can be there. We have traditional trades versus digital, or versus the emerging trades. You have your traditional one are the electrician, whatever, electrician, plumber, carpenter, mechanics, etc. But you can now complement those ones to play in the new space that has the digital part. So it's not about replacing traditional trades, but it's basically about enhancing them in order to create new opportunities for the youth of Namibia. Now, in terms of the digital skill strategy, or integrated digital skill strategy rather, obviously we already have Vision 2030, NDP, all of these documents that speaks to some of these things that we want to do. And the whole issue around, the whole issue of digital skill strategy, digital skills, is very prominent in all of those documents. So the core objectives, we know. I mean, we need to transform TVET, we need to build digital competencies, all of that. The stakeholders are there, it's that we know, and we are all gathered in this room together virtually and otherwise. So which means this is not another strategy. It should be a blueprint for a Namibia where every young artisan or technician has the digital tools to thrive in the economy. You have 6 pillars when it comes to implementing a digital integrated digital strategy, and those 6 pillars speaks to some of the things that I've highlighted earlier on. Now, some of this initiative have already started. We have Nakayale, for example, which is one of the centers earmarked, for example, for ICT training. We could have one or more in other areas focusing on other things that has to do with digital transformation as well. And then some of the quick wins, obviously, from our ISC, we say we need a boot camp for the trainers. We need some sort of an open source platform where you can have access to material that is readily and freely available to everybody. And then you could have a reverse mentoring program where some of the students that are skilled, that are competent in these things can also impart that back to the schools and so on. And then obviously it's the learning, it's the digital tools in terms of empowerment of the instructors. So so that the message that I want to give you is, without any investment in instructor upskilling, then that will just be a pipe dream. We need to have inclusivity. We cannot forget about the rural learners. We cannot forget about the young women. We cannot forget about the persons with disabilities, because it should be technology for all abilities. It should be bridging the digital gender divide as well. And we must bring down the distance. Obviously, we have to borrow from others that have done this. Singapore has done it. Germany have done it with their dual system. South Korea, South Africa next to us, they are busy doing it. And the lessons for Namibia from there are there that we can borrow from there in order to strengthen and improve on our digital skills. Obviously, it should be tracked. When we implement, it must be tracked what the employment gains will be, what the digital literacy improvement will be from the 30% to the targeted 90% in 2030. We must have some sort of an implementation timetable from now to 2030. And then obviously we cannot forget the economic impact in terms of the jobs created both in rural and urban areas. The NTA, what I will highlight here, NTA and the government must ring fence some money or percentage of the TVET levy for IDSS implementation in order to fast track it, so that we can do some of the other things that I have mentioned earlier on. And then don't be that guy. Don't be that guy. Don't be that guy. Don't be that guy. In a nutshell, or in closing, digital transformation is already here. The question is, are you ready? Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eta. Thank you. It was so insightful. And what stood out for me is also the fact that the biggest taxi service owns no vehicle. The largest media house creates no content. We do. The largest hotel in the world, company in the world, they own no single property, but they have the highest occupancy level. And that's pretty much what technology can do for us. With that, I would like to open up the floor for questions. We have 1, 2, yes, we're going to stick to that too. Can we get the mic, please, to whoever's closest to the mic?
Oh, once more, thank you very much. Is Mr. Hater still online?
Yes.
Yes, I'm still online.
Mr. Hater, how are you?
I'm very fine, thanks. How is it?
My name is Dr. Daniel Nyahongwa. We've engaged in terms of training. I'm from River Institute of Technology, former Monitronic Success College. Thank you very much for a very good presentation. Thank you for your time. But the challenges we have in the world and where the world is moving to in terms of reskilling, upskilling, and skilling, there are challenges in which even if during this era you have spoken about, is that we are just chasing shadows, because by the time our graduates complete their training, already we have new technologies in. For what the world is doing now, we are moving towards what we call micro-credentials. We need accredited micro-credentials in the world. You have spoken of a repository where we have accredited micro-credentials. When I'm talking of accredited micro-credentials, it's basically short courses, but I don't want to call them short courses because they are not really short courses. Those are small, chunks, bites of qualifications, accredited, which we can issue out there. Why are we moving towards that? Because if they are accredited, it's easy for us to reskill. Even our lecturers, it's easy for us to reskill all the graduates out there. We have plumbers, for example. We have electricians, for example. But now we are talking of solar, renewable energy. We have new emerging sectors like oil and gas, like green hydrogen. But we do have qualified already artisans out there. How do we reskill them? How do we upskill them? That is the main question. Even in telecommunication, technologies are changing every day. We need that reskilling. We need that upskilling. Micro-credentials. This is where the world is talking about. We must have accredited micro-credentials. And to mention this, micro-credentials are coming with new digital divide. They are now presented in what we call the blockchains. I think we know blockchains in terms of money and all that. Blockchains and digital badges. This is where we should be moving. Industries like telecom, we should be moving to this. What is it about? I think is a whole lot of a conference on its own. But these are accredited courses which we can access on a repository where we can certify people accredited, and the people can upskill them quickly, rather than for us to say, okay, let's focus on our graduates. Our graduates, it's good for them to get the basic skills, for example, of a plumber. All the emerging technologies which will come, as a country, we must have a repository of all those micro-credentials, which are good, where a person can come up with whatever. We say they personalize their program. Sorry, I cannot go further. All right, thank you very much. So my question is, what have telecom done in terms of micro-credentials? Let me simplify it and say short courses.
Thank you for the question and the valuable contribution. One more question, and then Mr. Hitu can then shoot and answer them.
Thank you. Mine is very short, unlike my good doctor friend there. In terms of the digital skills strategy, and also referring to the presentation from the deputy director in the ministry, maybe can you just share with us in terms of, because we have been having this conversation, and perhaps where we stuck is really who should champion it and who should own it, and if there is a need for us to kind of institutionalize this particular strategy, which may not be necessarily a good thing to do. But maybe can you just pinpoint to us, and I know that the ICT ministry is also here, of course represented. Can you just tell us in terms of the pathway, how you should actually be able to move forward with this? I know that in terms of the NDP 6, there is also a component that speaks to that, but who should really champion this? From your end, should it be an initiative of the Industry Skills Committee? And in terms of bringing all the stakeholders together, does your presentation, can it already be summarized into some of the building blocks of the strategy that we can already take on as the TVET sector? Because this is then going to cut across that it's just not for TVET, it's even go into academics and all that. Maybe can you just speak to us on that aspect and how we should actually move forward with that? Thank you.
Mr. Heta, you can answer the question, or questions rather. Can you hear us? Can you hear me?
Should I respond, or is there another question?
There's one more question, but can you maybe just respond to the two that was currently asked now?
Okay. Do I have the floor?
Yes, you have the floor.
Okay. No, thank you very much, and thank you very much for the two questions. I will start with the one of Dr. Nyangwa. I remember you, Doctor, and we have a few of your students also at Telecom, Namibia. In terms of micro credentials or short courses or accredited short courses, for lack of a better phrase, at Telecom Namibia, I mean, in our different development programs that we have for apprentices and so on, we have those courses. The only challenge we are facing is at the moment we relying on external parties, be it now local or international. That's the telecom picture now. Now, looking at the national picture, what you have said in terms of the change in technology, yes, it is true. It's changing very fast. And the short courses could be, or the micro credentials could be the route to go, or should be the route to go. That's why somewhere in the presentation, I've also highlighted that NTA should also start funding certificates and so on. Because if I, for example, give an example, things like A+, N+, those are things that are very important. But yet, they are not clearly funded, so those ones need to be funded. And then also, in terms of the international picture, already, because of the fact that we are a connected world, there's a lot of freely and readily available accredited short courses on platforms like Coursera, etc., etc. Now, where we come in, and where the NTA comes in, and where the strategy comes in, is to make sure that some of those courses are ring-fenced and directed towards the users, being the students, being the lecturers. But we can only do that if we have a reliable digital platform of some sort, which is accessible by everybody. And then also, I will touch a little bit on that. I'm now encroaching into the second question now. Now, one of the things that is missing, for example, if we ask any of the VTCs that are in this room today, can you please give us a report on that breaks down the number of students that went through your system, the traits they did, what their scores were, and whatever, and maybe going back 5 years. Most of them will say to you, give us a few days, because we need to do it manually. Now, which means we don't have an integrated management information system that caters for all the VTCs, meaning there must be a mini management information system at Nagayale, for example, at all the other VTCs, which is then linked to the main one, which is a central repository where people can access information very easy. Even in terms of planning, it becomes very easy. Because as you have rightly said, by the time you finish training them, it's over. In terms of the change in technology as well, when you take, for example, somebody who did electronics or electrical, there is nothing stopping us from training that person further to be able to install satellites, to be able to install alarm systems, to be able to install CCTV and all these things. So those are add-ons that are coming because of the digital skills that are required. So that's why in my presentation I was emphasizing the fact of we are not replacing the old skills, we are enhancing and making these colleagues more marketable by adding those. Now going to the second question of the digital skills strategy itself and who should champion it. The way I look at it, and if I look at the current role of the NTA, which is both regulatory for the TVET industry as well as the other stuff they do, I think at this point in time, the entity that is best placed to champion and initiate anything pertaining to the integrated digital skills strategy for the in the TVET space is actually the NTA. Obviously, through the NTA, there are also industry skills committees, and then we then say which of those industry skills committees must participate. But in actual fact, this whole thing of digital transformation affects everybody. So you might see that they might also, all the committees might be required there. Now, in terms of summarizing the presentation into the building blocks, yes, I have provided some basic building blocks on how and why we should do the integrated digital skills strategy. That can be developed further. It's a very good summary to start from. Even in terms of benchmarking, there are places there are countries that have done it that I have mentioned there that one could benchmark against. The NTA must drive it at this point in time because of the fact that at the moment it is fulfilling that regulatory oversight on the TVET industry. I don't think the other entities, with all due respect, will have the energy and the motivation to do it other than the NTA together with the industry skills committees.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eita. There's one more question, but sir, because of time, can I maybe just continue with the program? Thank you. Mr. Eita, thank you very much for the insights and for giving us a lot of information. I just want to say that all presentations will be made available on the World Skills website. You just go straight to the download page and it will be there. It will be uploaded by tomorrow at 12 o'clock. Also, just want to remind all of us, please scan the QR code, which is bottom left on each and every page in the program to complete the survey. Also, there's an attendance register. If it's not floating anymore, please go to the back of the room. There's someone at the desk over there, and just please write your name. Also, yes, that's it. So our dessert for today, our last session for the day. Mr. Daniel Nkuzu Walela, who's a managing partner at Tech Care Group, and he is an award-winning EdTech innovator, actively working on emerging immersive technology to lower access barriers to TVET and STEM. He'll be covering today simulation training using immersive technology to enhance access, safety, and practical TVET skills in Namibia. Please give him a round of applause.
Perfect. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Daniel, and thank you so much for the opportunity. I'll be speaking to us about the use of virtual reality to enhance access to safety and practical skills as well in TVET. So we are Tech Group, an all-round ICT company, award-winning company. This particular solution, we've been building it for 3 years now, and over the 3 years, we've managed to win several awards. I think there are so many advances when it comes to TVET, which the previous speakers have already emphasized on. I would not necessarily, dwell on them, but I'll go straight to a case study around plumbing that I'm going to build and then do a demo at the end, very brief. So one of the current challenges that we saw in TVET that there is an issue of infrastructure and resource constraints. Actually, according to the African Development Bank, Africa faces infrastructure gap of around 106 billion annually. So when it comes to education, there is the cost of building the actual workshops, the cost of the tools, and also the recurring cost of materials as well that need to be used for the practicals. And a very practical example based on the many interviews that we did with some of the trainers is that when it comes to, for example, plumbing and pipe fitting in Unit 435, it simply says the trainee should be able to use and maintain hand tools used in plumbing operations. And these are all the tools that are listed on the NTA website. But unfortunately, most of the workshops don't have all the tools. So on average, we realize that 35% of the tools are missing based on the 5 VTCs that we did the study on. And then there is insufficient ratio. If we notice, some of the ratio requires that we have 1:1 and 1:a certain square meter. And then also some are available but in limited quantities, hence it affects the ratio. The second one is access and equity barriers. We're looking at high operational costs in certain TVET college, in TVET actually, and then also the transportation, because we realize that there is also need for industrial visits and domestic visits according to the unit standards. And a particular example is Unit 445, which says the trainee should be able to carry out basic maintenance of domestic plumbing and installations. So they only learn in the workshop, but going on site requires all kinds of logistics. It's very expensive. Some of the sites are inaccessible. Looking, for example, at a practical example like a wind turbine or a manufacturing plant, a cement manufacturing plant, which might not be there in the country, and then approval and logistics as well. The third one that I'm going to talk about is skills mismatch. According to a study that was done in 2024, Namibia only meets 45% of the skills that are required in the emerging sector of oil and gas as well as green hydrogen. And then this directly contributes to 35% of the unemployment, youth unemployment, and limits competitiveness in global markets. And a practical example is Unit 1935, which says they should be able to install a basic gas system as in plumbing. So this is how we are doing what we are doing. I'll do a demo at the end. So virtual reality is simply a technology that immerses someone into a new world, it recreates an environment. For example, from the VTC, you can be in a manufacturing plant. From the VTC, you can be in a household. It can recreate all kinds of equipment that are not there in the classroom. A practical example based on the problem that we identified from Unit 435 is that not all these tools are there in the classroom. So with virtual reality, you can actually simulate some of the tools that are missing, and it complements. So it doesn't replace, it complements practicals and tools. When it comes to site visits, one One of the things that we realized is that on average, some of the VTCs that we interviewed, they do industrial visits in plumbing at least once or twice a month. As compared, they would love to do them more frequently, and virtual reality can bridge that gap. So we also discovered the emphasis on a competence-based curriculum, which means we're focusing more on what the learner can do after a successful learning process. But sometimes that directly increases the cost of training. So our platform, this platform that we have been building and we have built is data-driven. So it means it personalizes learning tracks, and it tracks the performance of each and every learner individually. It works 100% offline, gives you immediate feedback, and you can actually integrate it with various platforms. Example, it's a language, various language models, various languages. For example, you can teach plumbing in any language, in Oshirero or in Oshuambo. And then one of the key things that we have also progressed on is integration with Moodle. So there are 3 ways that actually we have worked on that can actually integrate with Moodle. And because our platform works online, it's only one of them, which is via an API that can actually effectively manage to retrieve the data of the trainee. So there are a number of institutes that are already using this technology, and one of the particular one is a university in Ghana, where they're actually they've started already creating virtual lab for their construction courses. So I'm going to go straight to the demo, and then, going straight to the demo and then take a few questions. Okay, so for the part where it requires learners to visit industrial sites and domestic, which is Unit 845. So this is an example of a household environment where the learner is actually supposed to go there, but they don't go. So this is a practical example where virtual reality complements that. Okay. Okay, I hope everyone can see my screen. Okay, for example, this is a house setup where I have to change a gas pipe. According to the unit standards, I should visit this industrial site. So I'm just going to do a quick demo just to show you how it will work.
In front of you is an open wall cavity that houses gas and water copper pipes. Follow the instructions to safely insert a new T-piece into the water pipe. Press the start button on the watch to begin. Pick up the yellow voltage test pen and touch each section of pipe within the wall to test for the presence of live electricity.
Okay, so I can move around the room. Okay.
Electricity was detected. Do not touch the pipes. Pick up the phone and call an electrician to switch off the supply and make the area safe.
Hello. Okay, you're good to go. I've turned the power off now.
Well done. The electrician has confirmed that all electricity has been turned off and the area is now safe. Pick up the test pen and retest the pipes. Remember to test all pipes in the wall cavity. Now, we need to establish which pipe carries water and which pipe carries gas. Look behind the dishwasher and oven to confirm what each pipe connects to, and trace it back through the wall. Once you have confirmed which pipe is which, pick up the labels from the bench and apply them to the pipes. Great. Pick up the bonding straps and attach them to the water pipe. Use the pipe cutter tool to cut the pipe in the 2 locations indicated. Great. Pick up the replacement section of pipe and place it in position. Well done. If you are ready to start the test, indicate so on your watch. Let's try that same process again, this time without any prompts to assist you.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you so much for your time. I'll just take a few questions at your conference. Yeah.
VR in action. Well done, well done. Thank you. Can we give him another round of applause, please? That's now proper dessert. It's hit the nice sweet spot. Any questions? Yes, one. Yes, sir. Can we have the roaming mic, please, for our question in the room? Can we need the roaming mic for our question. Support, yeah, roaming mic, question over here.
Thank you. I wanted to know if you are a developer. Okay. Are you a developer or are you a consultant? And where are you based? Because most of the people that came with the same marketing are not local, and the fear was the localization of the content, the storages, the costs, and all that. Maybe you can give us that basic background of who you are, and then we can take it from there.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I would like to find out if I have that technology or the device, how many of them should each workshop has? Thank you.
There's one more at the back.
Good afternoon. Okay, my question would be, with relation to the virtual reality you have shown, are there other courses, like other fields that that particular virtual reality can also accommodate, seeing that there is plumbing? Can you also do things like, let's say, automotive mechatronics or the hairdressing element of vocational training? Does it also accommodate those ones as well?
Okay, thank you so much for the questions. So the first question is my background. So as you saw, this technology is being implemented by TVET. TVET Group is a 100% Namibian company. In my background, I'm a software developer. My first degree was in computer science. I've been working on immersive technology for about 6 years now, augmented reality, virtual reality, as well as mixed reality. We have a team of 5 developers. Some are in 3D modeling, some are in native development. So this is what we do. This is what we can do, and TVET is a 100% Namibian company. And then going to the second question, how many should each workshop have? So one of the key things when I listed the features is that this is a data-driven platform. So it tracks, for example, one headset can track the performance of 100 learners. They log in using their student ID, and then after it saves the information. After they're done, they log out, the other student logs in. So we can take it back to, during our high school days when we used to share the computer lab, and we used to take turns. So literally, it depends on the capacity of the school, but it can be shared, hence the emphasis on a data-driven platform. And then the last question, are there other courses? Most definitely, yes, there are other courses in other fields as well. So it goes beyond just training, it goes to issues of occupational health. There is a demo that we've also developed around first aid, there's firefighting, automotive, we are still fine-tuning it because we realize that a car engine is very complicated, so there are many components. And one of the key things that I would say, in developing this, we work hand in hand with the trainers. There are so many trainers from various VTCs that have been kind enough to work with us, and also their industry partners. So, the realities that are happening in the industry, we always try and simulate them and bring it back to the workshop. Thank you. I hope I answered everyone.
Wow, local, that's amazing. That's really amazing. We need to think local and go global, because we in Africa, we've got similar problems, and once we solve a problem here, we can obviously take those things across the borders as well, throughout sub-Saharan Africa and even Africa, or globally in fact. And that should be our mantra as local entrepreneurs. There's a difference between a businessman and an entrepreneur. Businessman pretty much buys a product, adds a margin and sell it. That's entrepreneurial that we're talking about. We create things, and that's what we need to encourage, not just at tertiary level, but even from a TVET perspective as well. That was now dessert. Sure, now I actually want more. So, as we wrap up today's sessions, I just want to thank all the speakers for the fantastic insights, and to all of you for the great questions and participation. We really had a really insightful start, and we are really looking forward to more valuable discussions in the days to come. Tomorrow we will be shifting the gear and focusing on enhancing excellence and sustainability in TVET delivery. Ladies and gentlemen, to our sponsors, to the organizing team, thank you very much for this amazing day, and it was an honor to facilitate all the sessions. And whatever happened here today, it just sparked. We were just scratching the tip of another iceberg. We were just scratching the tip. Now we need to do the necessary deep dives, do the necessary reading, so next year we can actually be experts on the various topics. I just want to reiterate, please make sure that you sign the attendance register there at the back. Also, give feedback. Scan the QR code and complete the survey. It's 5 questions. All presentations will be on the WorldSkills website by tomorrow at 12. All today's presentations will be on the website by tomorrow at 12. And with that, thank you very much. Enjoy your evening.